Good morning, all. We are ready to start the day's business. Please make sure that your devices are off. Don't let them ring during the proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hassan. Good morning, Mr. Valley.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, we are ready to proceed as we indicated we would on Wednesday. But I think Mr. Valley would like to address you briefly before we begin. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Valley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. When last we appeared before the Commission, there was an understanding that we would meet with Ms. Hassan to determine how today's proceedings should continue. We can confirm that that had occurred. What we can also confirm is that a copy of a redacted J88 had been provided to Ms. Hassan, and as of this morning, an unredacted copy, together with a detailed medical report that we received late last night from the attending doctor. Ms. Hassan can confirm that she's received it, and the only thing that we can say, Chair will notice that our advocate, Mr. Khan, is not with us today. And that is only because we have not received instructions because of our client's condition. The important bit that we now need to draw to the Commission's attention is that we are here out of courtesy and out of respect for the process, and also to have the ability that once our client is of a position to communicate with us again, that we are able to report on the proceedings that occurred in his absence. Having regard to the content of the J88 and the medical report, I would be remiss not to say that I'm tempted to bring an application to postpone, but I can't because I don't have instructions to either bring it or not bring it. So that is the dilemma and the difficulty we find ourselves in. So we are here just to be present and to record. I think those are my submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valley, and also thanks for the act of courtesy, as you call it. Many thanks for that. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, to begin with, I can confirm that I did receive the J88, the unredacted J88, as well as the medical report. I haven't yet studied it closely. I received it this morning, but it will be made available to the Commissioners during the adjournment. So, Chair, I think we should then just begin and proceed with the plan on the presentation of the evidence that the evidence leaders are of the view may be presented in open session. As I indicated, Chair, on Wednesday, I proposed to place before the Commission certain aspects of the evidence concerning General Khan, on which I would have questioned him had he been present. The evidence includes material that's already been included in the Commission's answering affidavit in the urgent application that was brought by General Khan last month. So it's material that's already been publicly disclosed. But some aspects of evidence that I will traverse are not included in the material that's in the answering affidavit, but is relevant to the terms of reference, of course, but also related to the topics that we covered in the answering affidavit and the questions that we posed to General Khan in the Regulation 10.6 notice. So, in broad outline, what I propose to cover are a series of tenders and tender activity, which will emerge from our analysis of the chats. The chats are not confined to the chat with Mr. Mo Sayed. Extends also to a series of conversations between Major-General Khan and a Mr. Ismail Vali. I will then deal with the topic of abuse of authority. And under the overall heading of abuse of authority, there are a number of sub-pieces of evidence that we will cover. And I won't go into the detail now. We'll get there when we get there. There's the issue of what we call the Mashazi trip. As the Commission is aware, we've already heard evidence from this witness, and the Commission has some information regarding a trip to London, a weekend trip to London, which also emerges from some of the conversations with General Khan. And finally, the topic of the financial disclosures. We have had some engagement with General Khan's representatives on the finances. What we propose to do is cover the aspects that we think we can cover in open hearing, and that is not the subject of dispute when it comes to the financial disclosures at this stage. So that's the broad outline of the topics that we are going to cover. These are not all the topics, however, to be covered that related to General Khan. There are some aspects of the evidence that we've seen that the evidence leaders will seek to lead in camera. And the reason for this is, there are at least three reasons for this. The first is some of the evidence concerns ongoing criminal investigation, and it will require us to traverse contents of SAPS dockets, which we cannot disclose publicly. It will jeopardize the investigations, it will jeopardize individuals. The second is that some aspects of the evidence contain sensitive material that also can't be led publicly in any sensible manner. For example, evidence that contains a series of voice notes where we aren't able to redact it. But it's important for the commissioners to have access to that evidence. The third is that there is evidence that we don't know for a fact, but that it may pose a risk to the safety of individuals. And it's not in the interests of, it's not in anyone's interest, and it's certainly not the evidence leader's intention to be reckless in relation to this repository of evidence that we have. And so where we are of the view that there may be a risk of threats to safety of particular individuals, we will seek to lead that evidence in camera. And of course, finally, in his in-camera application, General Khan himself stated that unrestricted disclosure of some of the evidence will pose risks, and substantial threat is what he said to lives. We cannot dismiss that out of hand, of course. We must take it seriously. So to that end, Chair, there will be an application filed in the course of today for that body of evidence on the in-camera. So that's just to set out where we plan to go as a whole with the evidence relating to Major General Khan. I must also say, before I begin with the presentation, is that there may be an explanation for the evidence that I'm about to present. General Khan has indicated, again in his in-camera application and in response to the Commission's, he didn't file a replying affidavit to our answer, but he's indicated that some of the evidence relates to crime intelligence operations and informants. That may be so. Of course, if the evidence does concern a crime intelligence operation, one would expect it to have been formally registered as such and conducted in accordance with the applicable protocols and prescripts. But all I'm saying for the moment, Chair, is that there may be an explanation, and we look forward to hearing the answers and explanation from Major-General Khan when he's able to provide that. So, Chair, then let me begin with the first topic, which is the tenders. And again, I must preface this introduction of this evidence. It's to clarify that it is not a
Mr. Sim, we have this loose document in front of us. Will you be introducing it at a later stage?
I will be introducing it shortly.
Shortly.
Chair.
All right.
It is relevant to the first topic of the tenders that I'm going to be dealing with. So I'll introduce it in about 2 minutes.
All right.
What I was wanting to do is just first preface this topic on
All
the tenders
right.
with the following statement and the following submission.
All right.
That the purpose of this is...
Before you go ahead, another issue had General Khan been here, he would have told us who he is, what position he holds, and so if perhaps for purposes of the record, you could give us high-level information in that regard. Just
Can I provide that in the... I don't have it in front of me right now.
After the tea break.
During the adjournment, I'll pull out the relevant information from the
That's
files. It's contained somewhere in these bundles.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me. Right
No.
now.
After the tea break, then. That's in order.
Chair, if I may, and I don't mean to interrupt Ms. Hassam, but I'd rather do so now before I interrupt the mid-stride.
Yes.
I just want to note that it is Friday, and we usually go for our Friday prayer, which we call Jumu'ah. If we may be excused at about 12:30, I know the lunch hour commences at 1 for an hour, and we will be back at 2. If that might be in order, perhaps if proceedings could be stayed with an earlier lunch or an extended lunch, we would be indebted to you, Chair, and to the commissioners.
Just repeat the part about stay.
If lunch could commence at about 12:30, that would accommodate our religious sensibilities to permit us to go and pray, and we would be then back by 2. So all we're asking for is that there be an additional half an hour to work into the lunch hour intended for today.
No, that's in order. What we'll do, we'll perhaps in the afternoon just add that 30 minutes.
We are indebted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Chair, while we're trying to find the information that was requested, I'm going to just begin with the first topic.
Can I do this because I have his founding affidavit?
Oh, do you have it in front of you, Commissioner?
Yes.
That's what I've asked to be provided to me, but I don't have it.
So I will only read that Major-General Khan is an adult male, head of operational intelligence support at Crime Intelligence at the South African Police Services, and he holds the rank of Major General since 1 September 2017. I will pause there.
And I will just correct the Major General and say it's a service singular. It's a South African Police Service. It's never service. It's not with subs. Thank you. It may appear unimportant, but it's actually very important.
Noted, Chair. Thank you for that, Commissioner Tumelo. So, Chair, the first topic is the question of the tenders. And I would like to clarify that what the purpose of us going here is. It's not a roving inquiry into ordinary procurement irregularities or garden variety tender fraud. It's directed at whether a SAPS officer, a crime intelligence officer, a senior member of the service was a conduit for private, commercial or criminal interests, and whether they were able to gain access or influence or corrupt or compromise law enforcement structures. As such, it falls squarely within the terms of reference of this commission. So that's the approach and the framing that I'd like the commissioners to bear in mind as we enter the discussion on the tenders. The first set of tenders relate to a gentleman by the name of Mr. Mo Sayed, and he is a director of a company called Connie Links. And Chair, I'm going to read the submission that they have provided to us. They provided it last night, and I think it's important in all fairness to read it into the record. And I'd like you, please, to have a look at page 129 of the answering affidavit before I do so.
Was the file marked on the spine?
Urgent application, answering papers, file 1 of 2.
You said which page? I've forgotten now.
Page 129.
Thank you.
And the heading is Connie Links and Illegal Tobacco Trading.
We've all got it now.
Thank you, Chair. This is relevant because when I read out the submission, you'll see it's partly a response to what the Commission placed in its answering papers. And in that section on page 129, in paragraph 14, we say that there have been consistent allegations that Connie Links is engaged in illegal tobacco trading.
Maybe, sorry, Ms. Hassan, maybe for the record you should say who deposed to the affidavit. If it wasn't protected information.
Who deposed to the answering affidavit. And as luck would have it, my copy doesn't have the signature on it. This is, in fact, if I'm correct, it would be our investigator, Mr. Tsepo Nyatlo, who deposed to this. And And this was based on his investigations, and there are annexures that support the contents of the paragraphs. But this paragraph, where it says for over a decade there have been consistent allegations that Carney Links is engaged in illegal tobacco trading, points us to several pieces of documentation. The first you'll see in 14.1 are several media reports. And I'm not going to go there. It shows that the allegations had been widely published and in some detail. In 14.2, there are two further documents that are attached. One is a media statement by the South African Tobacco Transformation Alliance, and the other is an Ipsos study. Now, this is not the entire basis upon which we make these allegations, and I'll explain why. But I'm going to go to the Carney Link submission because it's in response to this that they provide the submission. And let me go right there. Chair,
Were they invited to make this submission?
they were not invited to make the submission. It's a voluntary submission, and it'll be apparent when I read this, the context in which they do make it. And as I said, Chair, I think given that I am going to go in some detail through the chat, it's important that their version is placed on record before I do so. This. Sorry, Chair. Okay, let me begin. So, Chair, the submission is signed by Mr. Adriano Mazzotti, and it was provided to the Commission yesterday evening. If I start at paragraph 1. These submissions are made voluntarily by Carney Links Pty Limited. Carney Links. Carney Links has not been issued with a notice by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, the Commission, nor has it been requested or directed to provide evidence or submissions. The company nevertheless considers it appropriate in the interests of fairness and to assist the Commission in the proper discharge of its mandate to place certain relevant facts before it. Carney Links has become aware that allegations concerning the company appear in the affidavit deposed to by the Commission's investigator, Tsepo Nyatlo, as well as in the Rule 3 notice issued to one of its directors, Mohammed Sayed, in his personal capacity. Although the Rule 3 notice is directed exclusively to Sayed and not to Carney Links, the company is concerned that allegations affecting its business, reputation, and commercial standing may ultimately be considered without the benefit of Carney Links' own explanation and the broader factual and regulatory context within which those allegations arise. Carney Links accordingly tenders these submissions voluntarily. It does so not to challenge the Commission's mandate, nor to relitigate historical regulatory matters with the South African Revenue Service, but to assist the Commission by placing before it a balanced account of the company's history, regulatory engagement, and present position. Carney Links supports the Commission's constitutional mandate to investigate criminality, corruption, and political interference within the criminal justice system. It has no interest in shielding unlawful conduct by any person or entity and welcomes any lawful process that advances accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. At the same time, Carney Links respectfully submits that findings affecting the reputation of any corporate entity should be based upon credible, independently verifiable evidence and should distinguish carefully between historical regulatory defaults, historical conduct voluntarily disclosed pursuant to Chapter 16 of the Tax Administration Act, unresolved tax disputes being determined through statutory mechanisms, allegations made by competitors or industry participants, media reports and public commentary, industry-sponsored reports, and evidence capable of establishing present-day unlawful conduct. It is against that background that Carney Links respectfully places the following facts before the Commission. Carney Links is a South African cigarette manufacturer duly incorporated in accordance with the laws of the Republic. Carney Links was established in May 2011 and has for approximately 15 years operated within one of the most comprehensively regulated industries in South Africa. During that period, it has grown into an established South African manufacturer operating under licenses issued by the South African Revenue Service, investing substantially in local manufacturing capacity and contributing meaningfully to the South African economy. Carney Links is the holder of a valid cigarette manufacturing license issued by SARS in terms of the Custom and Excise Act, copy of which is attached, marked A for your reference. The company operates under that license and remains subject to continuous regulatory oversight by SARS. The manufacture of tobacco products is governed by an extensive legislative and regulatory framework, including licensing requirements, excise controls, customs supervision, record-keeping obligations, inspections, audits, and enforcement powers administered by SARS. Carney Links conducts its business within that statutory framework. Carney Links is a South African taxpayer and has throughout its existence engaged with SARS as the regulator responsible for the administration of the customs and excise regime applicable to licensed tobacco manufacturers. In this regard, we annex here to Carney Links' tax compliance certificate marked B. Carney Links contributes to the South African economy through investment in manufacturing infrastructure, the payment of taxes, and the creation of sustainable employment opportunities. The company directly employs approximately 100 South Africans and supports many additional livelihoods throughout its value chain, including tobacco merchants, transport operators, logistic providers, warehousing businesses, packaging suppliers, distributors, and retailers. Over the course of its operations, Carney Links has invested substantially in manufacturing facilities, plant equipment, and distribution infrastructure within South Africa. Carney Links is also a member of the Fair Trade Independent Tobacco Association, an association representing independent tobacco manufacturers and advocating for lawful competition, effective regulation, and meaningful measures to combat illicit trade. Like every legitimate participant in the regulated tobacco industry, Carney Links has a direct commercial interest in ensuring that illicit trade is effectively addressed. Illicit trade undermines compliant manufacturers, deprives the fiscus of significant revenue, and distorts lawful competition. Under the heading of historical regulatory matters, considerable reliance has been placed in the public domain and more recently in the affidavit deposed to by the Commission's investigator upon an affidavit deposed to by Carney Links Director Adriano Mazzotti on 6 May 2014. Carney Links does not seek to distance itself from the existence of that affidavit or from the fact that it contains admissions concerning historical conduct. Carney Links respectfully submits, however, that the affidavit cannot properly be understood unless it is considered within the statutory and factual context in which it was prepared. During 2014, Carney Links engaged with SARS in a comprehensive disclosure process concerning historical tax matters with the objective of making full disclosure concerning historical tax compliance and seeking to regularize its tax affairs under the applicable tax legislation administered by SARS, including the Tax Administration Act, Customs and Excise Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Income Tax Act, and any other legislation applicable to the matters under consideration. Adriano Mazzotti, in his capacity as director of Carney Links, deposed to an affidavit. Carney Links and SARS subsequently adopted differing positions concerning aspects of that engagement and its outcome. Carney Links does not consider it necessary or appropriate for this commission to determine those issues. They properly fall within the statutory framework governing the administration of tax legislation and the relationship between a taxpayer and the revenue authority. For present purposes, what is material is that the affidavit was prepared in the context of Carney Links's engagement with SARS concerning historical tax compliance and for the purposes of that disclosure process. The affidavit was intended to form part of a confidential engagement between Carney Links and SARS. At some stage thereafter, information purporting to originate from that affidavit entered the public domain without Carney Links's knowledge or authority. Carney Links is not in possession of the versions presently relied upon or quoted by various media organizations and is accordingly unable to verify their authenticity, completeness, or accuracy. Nor have the affidavits relied upon in media reports or the versions presently circulating publicly been published in full. Carney Links is therefore unable to determine whether quotations attributed to the affidavit accurately reflect the original document, whether they have been reproduced completely or whether they have been presented out of context. Carney Links further notes that the aspects of the media reporting concerning Carney Links, Mazotti, and the historical tax affairs have previously been found by the press ombudsman to have been inaccurate. The Commission is therefore respectfully requested to approach media reports concerning these matters with appropriate caution and to place reliance upon primary evidence properly before it. Carney Links accordingly submits that any assessment of the affidavit should be undertaken only with reference to the original document, its statutory and factual context, and the evidence properly before the Commission, and not by reference to excerpts, summaries, and characterizations appearing in media reports or public commentary. The affidavit demonstrates that Carney Links engaged with SARS concerning historical tax matters. It does not, without more, establish that Carney Links presently conducts its affairs unlawfully or forms part of any alleged criminal enterprise. The Commission is therefore respectfully requested to distinguish between historical regulatory engagement, ongoing tax administration processes, and allegations of present-day criminality. Under the heading Carney Links's present regulatory position. Following its engagement with SARS concerning historical tax matters, Carney Links continued to operate as a licensed manufacturer under the regulatory oversight of SARS. The company has remained subject to inspections, audits, verifications, and assessments by SARS in the ordinary course. As is the case with many taxpayers operating within highly regulated industries, Carney Links has from time to time been the subject of assessments and findings by SARS. Certain findings have been accepted and the relevant liabilities discharged. Other findings have been disputed through the statutory objection, appeal, and review mechanisms established under the South African tax legislation. Carney Links respectfully submits that the unresolved tax disputes cannot properly be equated with criminal conduct. The Tax Administration Act creates mechanisms through which taxpayers and SARS may legitimately differ on questions of fact and law. South Africa's tax legislation, including the Tax Administration Act, creates comprehensive mechanisms through which taxpayers and SARS may legitimately differ on questions of fact, law, and the proper interpretation and application of the legislation. The existence of such disputes is a recognized feature of tax administration and should not without more be equated with criminal conduct. The existence of such disputes is not unusual in tax administration and should not without more be treated as evidence of unlawful conduct. Under the heading, the Nyatlo Affidavit. Carney Links has carefully considered the allegations contained in the affidavit deposed to by Nyatlo. To the extent that those allegations concern Carney Links, they are denied. Carney Links respectfully submits that portions of the affidavit appear to conflate historical regulatory matters, unresolved tax disputes, media reports, and industry commentary with evidence of present-day criminality. Those concepts should be carefully distinguished. Historical regulatory matters and ongoing tax administration processes cannot without more establish present-day criminal conduct. Likewise, unresolved tax disputes cannot be equated with findings of fraud, tax evasion, or organized criminal activity. Under the heading SATTA, Ipsos, and industry material. Carney-Links notes that portions of the Nyatlo affidavit appear to rely upon publications issued by industry organizations and market reports prepared by third parties. Carney-Links respectfully submits that such material should be approached with appropriate caution. Industry bodies perform an important role in the public debate. However, they are not independent regulators, courts, or investigative authorities. Their publications frequently reflect commercial interests and policy positions. Likewise, retail pricing studies and market surveys may identify pricing trends or market anomalies. They do not establish whether excise duty has been paid in respect of any particular product. Nor do they establish whether a manufacturer has committed tax evasion, fraud, smuggling, or any other criminal offense. Carney-Links further submits that media reports, publications produced by representative organizations and market studies are each different forms of material carrying different evidential weight. While such material may contribute to public debate, it does not constitute primary evidence of criminal conduct. Serious findings against any person or corporate entity should be based upon reliable, independently verifiable evidence properly before the Commission. Under the heading, Carney-Links' interaction with law enforcement. The Nyatlo affidavit further suggests that Carney-Links improperly utilized organs of state against competitors. Carney-Links unequivocally denies those allegations. Carney-Links, like any responsible corporate citizen, Carney-Links has, where appropriate, reported information concerning suspected unlawful conduct to the relevant authorities. There is nothing improper in providing information to SARS, SAPS, or any other competent authority. Once such information is provided, all investigative and enforcement decisions remain those of the relevant authority acting under its own statutory powers. Carney-Links has never exercised control over the investigative functions of SARS, SAPS, or any other organ of state. Conclusion. Carney-Links has made these submissions voluntarily because it believes that the Commission should have before it the company's own account before reaching conclusions that may affect its reputation and commercial standing. Carney-Links does not seek to minimize its history or avoid scrutiny. Nor does it ask the Commission to determine disputes between itself and SARS concerning historical tax matters. Those matters are regulated by legislation and remain subject to the statutory mechanisms provided by South African law. Carney-Links asks only that its history be understood in its proper statutory, factual, and commercial context. The question presently before the Commission is whether there exists credible, reliable, and independently verifiable evidence establishing the allegations presently made against Carney-Links. Carney-Links respectfully submits that those questions should be answered on the basis of evidence relevant to the issues before the Commission and not by inference drawn solely from historical regulatory engagement, unresolved tax disputes, media reporting, industry advocacy, or commercial rivalry. Carney-Links has voluntarily approached this Commission because it believes that the search for the truth is best served when all relevant perspectives are placed before it. It respectfully trusts that these submissions will assist the Commission in fulfilling its constitutional mandate fairly, objectively, and in accordance with the rule of law. Carney-Links remains willing to cooperate further with the Commission and reserves its right to supplement these submissions should additional information become relevant. Yours faithfully, Adriano Mazzotti, and then there are two annexures A and B that were referred to in the letter. So the letter, so Chair, now you see why I first went to the answering affidavit and those paragraphs, because what Mr. Mazzotti is taking issue with is the reliance on what he describes as media reports that are not based on independent evidence, not based, as far as he can tell, on the affidavit itself, and that the affidavit that the Commission put up also included industry-obtained analysis, research analysis, like the Ipsos study, which was commissioned by Carney-Links' competitor. It was commissioned by British American Tobacco. So that's fine. We accept that. What I wish to do, however,
Have you touched on the fact that they also say some of the material is historical, which I understand to mean and is no longer applicable?
well, it's historical in the sense that the admissions that were made by Mr. Mazzotti took place some years ago. But it's not historical when looked at in the perspective of this commission about particular conduct. And it's not just about Carney Links as an entity, it's about Mr. Sayed, who's a director of Carney Links. So it relates both to findings against Carney Links of illegal tobacco trading, not based on media reports. And I will go to Mr. Mazzotti's own affidavit to bear out that submission. But also, our evidence is based on Mr. Mo Sayed's alleged conduct. And at no point have we ever said that there are proven criminal cases and charges against Mr. Sayed. But there are very serious allegations. And in the context of a commission of inquiry, we are entitled to rely on that and to consider that in the purpose, in the course of the investigation of the commission. So, Chair, a lot of what is said in the submission is answered by direct reference to Mr. Mazzotti's affidavit that was provided to SARS. It is a 2014 affidavit. The settlement agreement that was concluded between Carney Links and SARS was only concluded in 2020. And in fact, I don't propose to go to it in detail, but it is before the commissioners, and I'll just take you to the page reference in a moment. The basis upon which that settlement was reached were facts, different facts and admissions. Well, let me not say admission, different facts that were agreed to by Carney Links than the 2014 facts in the Mazzotti affidavit. So it extends over a period of time. And we have the objectively verifiable evidence before us because we requested it from SARS under a 10-6 subpoena, and it was provided to us with the necessary permissions to be able to use it in these proceedings. So I think, Chair, I will now go to that affidavit.
Maybe before you do that, even if it's just for the record, just to confirm that Carney Links or Mr. Mazzotti himself, have they requested to file an affidavit before the commission in the light of whatever is concerning them from the answering affidavit in the High Court, or to appear? Has there been that kind of approach from them?
Commissioner Beloy, the only communication that we've received from Carney Links is the letter that I've now read out in the form of a submission. There's been no request to formally testify or provide anything on oath.
Okay, thank you.
Whilst you are looking, shall we be told where this should go in this annexures?
I think it needs to be given an exhibit number.
Yeah.
What number are we on? Chair, I'm advised that we are now at CJC 362. That will be the exhibit number.
Thank you. As I always do, I'll request the attorneys to please sort our files out in that regard. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to go to the affidavit itself, but can I first just summarize the main themes that emerge from that affidavit, because I do not intend to read out that entire affidavit. Of course, if there are any questions on it, we can discuss various parts of it. But in a nutshell, what you'll see is that the affidavit contains admissions by Mr. Mazzotti, both personally and as a representative of Carnilinks. And these admissions relate to past customs, excise and tax non-compliance, failures to account for cash income, and failure to pay tax, VAT and excise duty. A particular transaction which I can say, because we've been given permission, the illegal Pieterse transaction. But again, I'm not going to go into detail, but the commissioners will see it as we look at the affidavit, which concern manufacturing cigarettes off the books. Then there's admissions of unlawful importation of tobacco under a false Swaziland pretext. There's admissions of unlawful surveillance of SARS officials and access to personal records. There's an admission of obtaining a confidential SARS document for cash, so paying someone inside SARS to get access to this document. And there's also admissions of improper cash payments to legal advisors. And it's clear from the affidavit, and it's explained by Mr. Mazzotti, that the cash payments were made on the belief that SARS officials were being paid off, and that by making these cash payments to these legal advisors, they would assist in resolving Carnilinks' problems with SARS. But I must also say that in the affidavit, Mr. Mazzotti also says the following, and I'll come to it, that he believes he was naive to think that the SARS officials could be bought. He's very careful to say that. So let me go to the affidavit. The settlement agreement, as I said, was concluded on a different basis, on unlawful conduct, but on different unlawful conduct. Chair, the affidavit, the SARS bundle is CJC 361, and there's one file. And Mr. Mazzotti's affidavit is at page 16 of that file. Chair and Commissioners, you'll see that it begins with the usual declarations. It's signed, it's a deposition by Mr. Adriano Saro Lorenzo Mazzotti. He explains the purpose of the affidavit. And if we could just scroll down, there's a lot of background and principles, etc. If we scroll down to paragraph 8, after describing the principles of restorative justice and settlement of conflicts, etc., at page 5 of the affidavit. I'm not sure what page it is in the bundle. It's paragraph 8, but it's halfway through paragraph 8. Where Mr. Mazzotti says, in light of these principles, it's hoped that this process will culminate in the company accepting criminal liability in a criminal court, together with civil liability in respect of legislation administered by SARS, relying on the fact that it has cooperated with SARS, disclosed its wrongdoings of the past, did not waste the state's time, effort, and resources in doing so, demonstrated genuine resource, etc., etc. So that really is the crux of the purpose of this affidavit. At paragraph 11, he sets out the history of the company. Relevant for us is where he states in paragraph 11 that Carney Links was originally started in about June 2010, when the former partners, Sayed, myself, and Martin Wingate Pierce got together. So that Sayed is Mr. Mo Sayed, whose chats I will be going to in due course. Paragraph 12, he talks about a bit more about the history and when they first acquired manufacturing equipment to start the business, and that again was together with Sayed, Martin Wingate Pierce, and Craig Williamson, who also was involved in this enterprise. Mr. Craig Williamson, of course, is no stranger to crime and criminal conduct. He goes on to then give the rest of the history. I won't go through that. Paragraph 16. The commissioners will see a table of the shareholding breakdown. And again, you'll see Mr. M. Sayed and his shareholding.
Maybe for completeness, Ms. Hassim, you have referred to the founders, and that include Mr. Craig Williamson and somebody else, but in the list at paragraph 16 seems to be a different list of names. Maybe just for completeness, you indicate who is
all the names
there that you referred to previously here.
So this is the full list of shareholdings in Carney Links is what's depicted. And so the first is Mr. Mazzotti with 16.6%. Mr. Sayed with 16.6%. Mr. Phillips, K. Phillips, with 16.6%. Mr. G. Lombard with 16.6%. And Mr. Wingate Pierce with 33.3%.
You no longer have Mr. Craig Williamson, I think.
No, and elsewhere in the affidavit it's explained that
Yes.
he dropped off at a certain point.
Yes.
In fact, it says that there was a cash contribution raised to pay out Mr. Williamson when he exited the enterprise. So, Chair, what then is contained in the affidavit is you'll see in 17 and 18, Carney Links was registered and operated lawfully to date. For example, in paragraph 18, to date, the company has always made the payments due to SARS on time and accurately, except as mentioned below. In 19, the company has also abided by the requirements of VAT and income tax, except as itemized below. I don't think it's necessary for us to go into the individual instances of this conduct. I've set out already for the commissioners the topics that they cover. So if I may skip over those, they are under different headings, but as you go through it, you'll see that they relate to what I've said about evading income tax, excise duties, VAT, illegal trading in relation to the Grunling heading. It concerns the payment of cash for certain benefits, and again also cash payments to avoid tax. Infiltration of SARS. And I'm just going to scroll past these. There's the Pitchers engagement. I just want to point out that, and commissioners, you'll see throughout this is not just conduct that was undertaken by Mr. Mazotti on his own. He did it in concert with Mr. Mo Sayed and with Mr. Phillips. For example, when you look at paragraph 51, he says, in February 2013, Petersa approached me with an offer which I discussed with Sayed and Phillips. We accepted his proposal, which was wrong and has landed our company in trouble, and in retrospect, we should never have done this, and then he describes the arrangement in some detail. He goes on in paragraph 54 to explain the 8 million rand in cash that they were able to raise in this engagement that was not accounted for in the books of the company. And he then explains what he used the 8 million rand for. In paragraph 61, it's clear that he accepts that Carney Links acquired tobacco unlawfully and wrongfully of 2 tons per week over a period of time. He goes on to explain further contraventions of the law, and he says the unlawful conduct. And here is where he deals with payments to legal advisors. And Chair, what's important about this is that we're no longer talking about tax non-compliance. This affidavit has moved off tax non-compliance at this point. It's talking about fraud and corruption. I'm not going to mention the names of the legal advisors that are named in the affidavit. He does say in relation to at least one of them that, you'll see in paragraph 83 of the affidavit, that he persistently referred to his contacts at SARS and in particular mentioned Johan van Lochrenberg and Ivan Pillay. We were naive to believe that he could influence van Lochrenberg and Pillay to favor our company. This we accept now is in a manner of speaking nonsense, and that we were misled. But in the process, we paid 800,000 rand in cash to this legal advisor. And so on, Chair, Commissioners, to the end of the affidavit. And you'll see at page 52 of the affidavit, again, I'm not sure what page it is in your bundle, is the signature and the date on which it was commissioned, 6 May 2014. The settlement agreement ultimately concluded is at page 88.3 of your bundle when you're ready, although we're not going to go through it in detail, Chair, unless you wish to. Chair, I see you reading, so I'm just waiting for you.
No, please go ahead.
So it's at 83, but at page 98 of the settlement agreement, the date of the signature is 27 October 2020, and it was signed by the directors. Of Carney Links and two of the directors and a SARS representative. And that agreement is, really what it does in a nutshell is it records SARS's position and view that the cigarettes, that cigarettes manufactured by Carney Links were presented on paper as having been moved and exported lawfully, but that there were no documents to prove a lawful export. So the effect was that SARS treated the cigarettes as having been diverted into South Africa without customs duties, VAT, etc. being paid.
Ms. Hassan, I think it's only right, perhaps fair, that you also put on record paragraph 1.1.3 of that settlement agreement. It mentions two specific individuals against whom this debt is raised, and therefore not everybody who is a director or shareholder.
Yes, Commissioner Beloy, it says that the amount in dispute means the debt raised by SARS against Carney Links, the company, of which Mr. Mazzotti, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Sayed are directors. So it's against the company as well as Phillips and Mazzotti in their personal capacities.
Thank you.
The amount in dispute is about 31.5 million, but the settlement agreement concluded on basis of 25 million and something. So those are, that is the factual basis of the allegations of the conduct of Carney Links. And then the directors who are engaged in, in that unlawful conduct. The allegations, the admissions in the affidavit of fraud and corruption, we have no knowledge of anything further coming of it, whether there were any charges, whether there was any action that was taken. It's not within SARS jurisdiction to follow up on those, but we don't know if it was referred for any purposes. So we don't have knowledge on that.
Can I again just check in that letter, the submission, if you would just bear with me, there's a paragraph where Mr. Mazzotti implores us to have reference to the original affidavit. Sorry, I had highlighted it. I had highlighted where he says he asks us to have regard to the original document or affidavit, and I think
it's paragraph 34.
Hold on.
To place reliance on primary evidence properly before it.
Yeah. And you have said that you have received this affidavit from SARS. It's a copy, if we can just confirm for the record, and you've not been offered the original by Mr. Mazzotti.
No, we were not offered this. So the letter that we received last night points out, I mean, it's signed by Mr. Mazzotti.
Yes.
He points out that what we rely on are media reports, the Ipsos study, etc., which is secondary information, and it's not based on, and he says that we are unable to tell whether the quotations are accurate or not, because it's not based on the affidavit itself. But the affidavit was his own affidavit, so he could have placed it before the commission. It wasn't placed before the commission, but as it happened, we had already requested this from SARS. We received a copy from SARS, Commissioner Beloy, and that's the copy that I read out.
Thank you.
I got the impression he was saying he no longer has a copy, so he's not sure whether what is being put up mirrors what is set out in the affidavit.
Is that what was, is that?
No, that's how I understand it, because
Maybe he has a copy and not the original. I don't know. All I know is it wasn't offered to us. So, Chair, I mean, all of this is again really just prefacing us now getting into the content of the tenders and the significance of Mr. Mo Sayed and the chat between General Khan and Mo Sayed. And it's not just in relation to his links with the company and his involvement in this conduct in the company, but also other allegations that have been made in the media for some time. And we also detail that in the answering affidavit. It was something that, even Mr. Shongwe referred to when he was here. Those are allegations. There's, again, no charges that we are aware of that have been brought against Mr. Sayed, for example, in relation to the allegation that he was involved in the hit against the doctor, Mr. Munshi. But they're allegations. And the allegations of other sorts of cover-ups, I'm not going to go any further into that. The point is, it's a matter of public record that these allegations are swirling, and I have nothing further to say on it. In that context, I now would like to turn to the WhatsApp conversation. And for that purpose, Chair, we provided a core bundle because it's not even the full version, but the bigger version is about 6,812 pages of WhatsApp conversations. The context is important. So all of those pages are relevant because it provides a context. But for the purposes of the particular aspects of the chat that I'm going to go to, we prepared a smaller core bundle. It may be that we need to exit the core bundle and look at certain other pages, maybe a little bit before the page in the core bundle, a little after, in which case we will alert you, and Chair, you'll have to go there electronically because we didn't print out the 6,800 pages. But I'm confident we'll manage this.
So we put away the two files that we were working from.
That's correct, Commissioner Beloy. Now all you will have is the core bundle.
Volume 1. We've got 1, 2, 3. You want us to look at 1.
Say it in volume 1. This is volume 1. This is volume 1. This is volume 1. This is
what we...
Commissioner Beloy, I think that volume 1 would do the trick. But it might be we're going to have to jump between the two now and then. If I can just explain, Chair, that what I'll be doing is going through different parts of this chat, and I've separated out the tenders because there's more than one engagement on corrupting and facilitating an improper tender. They fall under different headings. The first one I would like to deal with is the PPE tender, the protective equipment, personal protective equipment. It was during the time of COVID, and as we know, there was a flurry of activity to tender for provision of protective equipment by several companies. So, Chair, the first exchange, it begins on 12 January 2021.
Page
5695. Sorry, is that in volume 2?
Do we put away file 1 so long?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Sasim, these are chats. We're looking at chats downloaded from General Khan's phone. All of them. Is that?
That's
just
correct.
For the record.
So let me explain, Commissioners. There are several devices that were seized from General Khan on the 10th of May. In these series of chats, we're going to be looking at the conversations, the WhatsApp conversations only, not other parts of the devices that come from an iPhone 8 and from an iPhone 11. The bulk of what I'm going to go through is in the iPhone 11. And this is a chat between General Khan and Mr. Mo Sayed. And it begins at the top of 5695. And what it begins with is Mr. Sayed saying, who can I speak to get contract to supply SAPS with masks with SAP's logo I'm making upstairs, need to sell? The response from General Khan, I don't think I mentioned the date. This is 12 January 2021. And it's at 10:56 in the morning. At 11:06 on the same day, General Khan says, send me samples and prices, please, ASAP. I'm going to see someone tomorrow night who is the possible guy to make it happen. That's responded to by Mr. Sayed, who says, perfect. And General Khan says, don't forget my birthday present, etc. On page 5696, so the next page, at the top of the page, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan the PPE price lists, and that is contained in the annexure bundle It's annexures to WhatsApp chats, and it's just one file. And in that bundle, so Chair, in these chats, there are documents that are attached, etc., voice notes. And so that's what this annexure bundle is about. Page 147 is where you'll see the price list. That is contained on page 5696. So you'll see on page 147 that it is gloves, masks.
Is it a conscious decision not to fly it?
No, Chair.
Oh.
Chair, you'll see that it's gloves and masks and caps and shoe covers, and the prices are to the right-hand side. And on the same page, 5696, General Khan says, Salams bro, I got the samples. And then if we move forward,
I suppose it would be for General Khan to explain what he meant when he says, I got the samples. But it seems to be a reference to something different from the price list, that the samples themselves would have been what he's referring to.
I think it is different, Commissioner Beloy, because when you have regard to the chat we went to before, he said, send me the samples and price list. This is the price list. I think the samples might have been sent physically, obviously. So he's reporting that he received the samples. I can only put two and two together there.
They came with the birthday present. They were not the birthday present.
The birthday present was a separate package.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this begins then in January 2021. But the next chat I'd like to take the Commission to is on 18 May 2021, where, so you'll recall in the earlier chat, General Khan says there's somebody I'm going to be seeing tomorrow or whenever to assist with this. So on 18 May 2021, and that's page 5899, at the top of the page, Mr. Sayed says, Brew, let me know what the procurement for SAPs say for the masks. And General Khan responds, are you on CSD? Mr. Sayed says, what's that? Now, we do know that the CSD is a central supplier database, and we don't know what further communication took place to assist Mr. Sayed to get onto the central supplier database. But that takes place in May. The next exchange on this tender takes place on the 4th of June, 2021. Sorry, can you just take this? And that's at page 6025. And at the, again, sort of at the top of the page, at 9:56 in the evening, Mr. Sayed says to General Khan, let's sell some masks, please. General Khan replies, okay, bro, I will speak to them tomorrow. Mr. Sayed replies, perfect, bro. General Khan says, everything in good time. Mr. Sayed says, I have a feeling that you're going to pull it off. And General Khan says, inshallah. At this point, we don't know yet who them is that General Khan will be speaking to. But if we have a look at the next conversation, which is the next day, but it's at page 5941, that's 5 June 2021 at 8:23 a.m., Mr. Sayed asks, Brew, please ask Fani what name was the transversal contracts saved under? Now, Commissioners, we'll see as we go through this that what we will establish is that the Fani that is being referred to in this chat is it's General Fani, who's recently been suspended from the SAPS, where he was in supply chain management, held a position in supply chain management. But at this point in time, he was employed in National Treasury in a procurement position, a senior position. I just don't have it in front of me right now, but it was a senior position like head of procurement at National Treasury.
It's Fani the surname.
The Fani is the surname. It's Molefe Fani.
Ms. Hassan, not necessarily for resolution now. It might be important to verify the Fani because in the documents you've given us, there are two different spellings of Fani. There's a Fani, F-A-N-I, and the Fani is I-E.
Yes,
So
Commissioner.
if you are able to confirm it now, why
I'll
you say
get there.
this Molefe?
I mean, quite shortly, in fact, but it's F-A-N-I.
Yes.
And the people with whom, and Mr. Sayed is not the only person General Khan communicates with about General Fani, but they don't seem to know exactly how it's spelled. So
I see.
Various spellings, but the proper spelling, as I'll show you in a moment, is F-A-N-I.
Okay, but you say this Fani, F-A-N-I-E, is the same
It's the
person?
same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was June. If we go to July, page 6107. That is a voice note. And we will, this is 7 July 2021. Mr. Sayed sends a voice note to General Khan in which he asks General Khan to check how many test kits he was looking for at ordering for different government departments. Well, what he says is that General Khan should check with General Fani how many test kits he was looking at ordering for different government departments for PPE. So I think we need to just play that voice note if it's available. Chair, I think we have a technological problem, but I also see that it's 7 minutes to 11. I don't know how long it'll take to resolve. Maybe we should adjourn slightly earlier for tea.
Only because you are already in July. If maybe you would go back to 6021. Yeah, you may have a follow-up. It's on the 23rd of June, right at the end. Remember, you earlier referred us to a request for a CSD number. And then now at the bottom, WhatsApp, you seem to have an answer to that, and in the next page. Maybe you put that on record so that when General Khan does come to testify, he can speak to that. 6021.
Yes, that's
You
right.
want to put that on record?
I made a note and I forgot to skip over it. So thank you, Commissioner Baloy. It's 6021, which is on the 23rd of June. Mr. Sayed says at 8:57 p.m., this is BW CSD number. Now, and then he follows it with the CSD number. We can see it is a CSD number because it has the prefix MAAA, which is the usual prefix for CSD numbers. BW CSD number, we believe BW stands for Branded World, which is a company that we will see features elsewhere in these chats, was mentioned in these chats, and it is a company that Mr. Mazzotti is a director of.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Thank you, Chair.
It's 11:29. We are ready to resume the session. Please make sure that your devices are off or on silent. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. I think the voice note is ready.
Salam Zazi bro. Please check with the pilot how many test kits are they looking at ordering the different departments, because I've got approval. We can distribute it through Cartel Industries. I've got the stock as well. I've got the samples, the stock. The samples have been approved by SAPRA. I've got the stock as well, so I want to operate it.
Chair, can I ask that it's played one more time? So it's sometimes hard to follow the first time around.
Salam Zazi bro. Please check with the pilot how many test kits are they looking at ordering the different departments, because I've got approval. We can distribute it through Cartel Industries. I've got the stock as well. I've got the samples, the stock. The samples have been approved by SAPRA. I've got the stock as well, so I want to operate it.
So that's fairly self-explanatory. It's Mr. Sayed does in that voice note refer to pilot. He says ask pilot. We'll show in due course that pilot is the code name they use. And you'll see on 6179, Mr. Sayed sends a document that's an annexure, OBL Carney Links Pty Limited. And that's at page 149 of the annexures bundle. You'll see that it's a letter from SAPRA to Carney Links. And it refers to an application for medical device license. There is a sort of a box in paragraph 1. It's not clear what that's meant to indicate, whether there was some sort of bookmark in the letter, we don't know. But what it shows
does it not say they are licensed to manufacture? Isn't that the point?
That's what I'm getting to. Is that what he's trying to say here is that I've done my part now, and he says so a little bit further in the chat, because he sends the next letter, which is on page 151, also from SAPRA, and he says, that's the acknowledgement letter, I've done my part now, waiting for their processes. So what he's saying is the requisite licensing and compliance processes are being followed by him, and that Khan should continue to assist him with the contract. So that's on the 21st of July.
You move on, just even if it may appear to be obvious, just to be clear. The voice note says distribution will be through Carney Links. I think that's what I think I heard. And we've got this SAFRA letter which talks about a license. But just to be clear, the CSD number that seems to have been used is the VW CSD number, not Carney Links.
The CSD number
that we referred to earlier. It's a different company. It's a completely different company.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So 5 days later, page 6210. What we'll see here is a screenshot that General Khan sends to Mr. Sayed. There are two documents. The first is an order. It's the number of masks to be ordered per province. So it's sort of, in a like transversal contract, there will be a procurement across departments, across provinces. This is the numbers of disposable face masks. It's cut off a little bit, but on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see it says disposable face mask. And so what it is a picture of a screen detailing the number of masks required by different sections of the SAPS. And immediately below that is an extract from Treasury Instruction number 11 of 2020/1 2021, and it's a Treasury instruction on COVID procurement. It's on the same page, 6210. It's immediately below the screen. They're all screenshots of this information. So immediately below the disposable face mask numbers. Now, the Treasury instruction is not internal information. That is public information. It's a rule. It's a regulation that is available to anyone, and particularly to companies who wish to bid for under this contract number. But the screenshot above it would not have been information that was publicly available. That's internal SAPS information that would benefit a bidder.
Is that correct, though? The bottom, it's addressed internally. Maybe you need to clarify the part where you say it's an external document, because if you look at the bottom, that cutoff, it's to all, and it indicates who it's addressed to. If you go to 6211, it continues. So it is it's addressed to internal people, if we are speaking about the same document.
I'm talking about the screenshot before the Treasury instruction. So it doesn't have anything about to whom it's addressed.
Yes. So the one at the top, which has a breakdown of who needs what.
Yes.
You say that's an internal document. That
appears to be an internal document.
Okay. And then what do you say about the bottom one?
The bottom one is a public document. It's a Treasury instruction. And it's addressed to all departments, but it's not something that would be private or internal. It's something that's available publicly.
And you can even Google it. I mean, you can
probably
find it on Google or on the Treasury's website.
Yes. What I was clarifying is by that explanation, you're not saying that it is addressed to the public, because on the face of it, it is addressed to internal people.
That is true.
Yes.
That is true. I can't see the entire list of entities to whom it's addressed. But it's not a document that is sent to
the public,
to the media, or that. So this is 26 July 2021. What we then begin to...
And what do you wish to highlight about this document, this second document, for our purposes?
All I'm highlighting is that, well, firstly, I think the first document I've explained. The second series of screenshots is General Khan providing information that's relevant for this tender. It's not clear to me that this is internal private SAPS information, but it is intended to assist Mr. Sayed in the process of securing the tender.
Thank you.
What we then see, Commissioners, from page 6230, and that's on 2nd August 2021. And we'll go through several of these, but what we see is a series of communications now where Mr. Sayed is pressing General Khan to move quickly with the contract. It is sort of the COVID season. So on the 2nd of August 2021, at 9:28 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, "Salams, bro, please tie up the pilot and Gen 1. We need the order for the," and it cuts off there. And the response is, "Oh, wassalam, bro, okay. And then see you later," etc. Now, that first message, "Please tie up the pilot and Gen 1, I've said to the commissioners, I'll show that pilot is Molefe Fani. I can't say exactly who Gen 1 is, and whether that's code or whatever it is. It's some other person, but I haven't established the identity yet of that person. 3rd of August, 6243. At 7:28 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, "Salams, bro, how did you sleep? Please follow up with Gen 1 and the pilot." General Khan responds, "I followed up with Gen 1 last night. He is going to chase pilot today." Mr. Sayed says, "Okay, bro." If you look a little bit further down on the next page, 6244, so it's still on the 3rd of August, but it's now a couple of hours later. He says, "I need the PPE orders, please, bro." And on 6245, again, he says, still on the 3rd of August, "Please push General 1 and pilot." It's followed by a business card, but I'm not sure there's much more for us to say on the business card. I don't want to suggest that person is, in fact, I'm pretty sure that person is not General 1, the business card. It's a business card that's sent to Mr. Sayed with the message, "Please send to Mikey." If we look at the 4th of August, 6246. At 4:59 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, "Salams, bro, it's Wednesday already. Please push Gen 1 and pilot to finalize PPE story. These guys are too slow." General Khan replies at 5:59 a.m., "I will call pilot." At 6247, it's part of the same series of chats, also on the 4th of August. At 7:01 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, "We need to get an order in this week while the need for PPE is still in season." And General Khan says, "I agree." Mr. Sayed responds, "Bro, I need email address of pilot." And General Khan then sends him the email address of pilot. And you'll see that the email address that's reflected on the message is Molefe Fani, F-A-N-I, at treasury.gov.za. So this is the point in time, as I said, when Mr. Fani at that point was employed in Treasury before he moved over to the SAPS.
You said in Treasury he was responsible for? What was his position at the time?
Procurement.
He was in procurement.
He was in supply chain management.
Thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, if you go to 6265, in the same sort of stream of applying pressure to get it done, Mr. Sayed says at 3:39 on the 4th of August, "Please push Gen 1 and P, Bru, K." General Khan responds, pilot is back tomorrow. I am going to see him. He says, he complains, it's another week gone by. He's getting quite despairing at this point. So it's another week gone by. General Khan says, I know. And then they go on to talk about a topic which I'm going to return to separately, which is General Khan's new house. At 6294, so we've seen that the email address was already provided for Molefe Fani, but now on the 10th of August at 7:35 a.m., General Khan sends the contact numbers, and there are two contact numbers that he sends, two business cards for Molefe Fani. The first is looks like an official number because it says Fani Molefe Treasury. The second one says Pilot Fani Pilot. You're not displaying. Sorry, Chair. I was just checking to see whether we're flighting. The next reference is still on the 10th of August. It's at page 6299. The first message on 6299 refers to something else. But it's a second message, pilot won't make it, Brew, but will handle it. And Khan says, okay, thanks, Brew. So there's been communication now, after having sent the contact details, there's communication directly. So he's no longer going through General Khan. He says, let me just speak to this guy straight. And so there's obviously been communication between him and pilot, and he's gotten back to General Khan to say, we've spoken. Still on the 10th of August, on page 6302, at the bottom of the page, Mr. Sayed says, any news from Gen 1 on the masks? And General Khan responds, he's back tomorrow. Mr. Sayed says, okay, let's keep the pressure on him, please, Brew. General Khan says, okay, Brew, and then says, we had supper by Tariq. And he asks for pics, and there are pictures that I sent. So there's two conversations that are taking place between General Khan and people inside the government. One is with procurement, with Molefe Fani in Treasury. The other appears to be with somebody who is in the SAPS and who's responsible for this. So each time Mr. Sayed communicates with him, with General Khan, he either refers to a conversation with pilot or with General 1, who is the SAPS person. So we see on page 6304, again on the 11th of August, 12:14 p.m., Mr. Sayed says, please follow up with General 1, need the orders. And then on the 16th of August, if I can just find the page 6316. Can I reflect this? Yeah. Chair, if you bear with me for one moment. 6316 at 9:38 a.m., Mr. Sayed sends to General Khan a notice. You'll see it's an attachment. It says cloth and surgical mask national letter, 13 August 2021, signed by DivCom. And I'm not sure whether it's in the annexure bundle, Chair, so that's why we're just flighting it. This is the national letter that is being referred to. It's signed at the bottom by Divisional Commissioner for Supply Chain Management, RIT, by Lieutenant General RIT. And Mr. Sayed says, what does this mean? And then General Khan breaks it down for him and he says, well, now we can order the masks using the RT contract. What the letter talks about is, well, you can see the heading. It's a protocol for containment of COVID, and it says that this is approval for all SAPS employees to use both masks when wearing uniforms. So again, it's about what the SAPS will be procuring. That is one more message, and that's well, no, let me end on this one. We don't know at this point what became of the contract, because it's not reflected on the chats whether this contract was ever concluded and whether Carney Links in fact secured this tender and when that would have happened. This is as far as it goes on the PPE tender. There is one more message that's just, I'll just go there just because it's linked to this, and it was on 30 June 2021. And it is a screen on 30 June, Mr. Valley sends a screenshot to General Khan of a series of tenders that are also PPE tenders. And he says, bro, dispensers we can do. So at the same time, we see at the same time as there's a facilitation of a tender with Mr. Sayed, on 30 June 2021, there's a conversation happening in parallel with Mr. Valley, Mr. Ismail Valley, for an attempt to secure and to get assistance to facilitate access to a tender for dispensers. He says, we can do dispensers. And he sends a screenshot of these tenders. I'll come back to that because it's the subject of a separate chat. The relevance now is that it's this PPE contracts that are sort of the order of the day at this point in time in 2021. So what commissioners we see from these...
Ms. Hassan, Valley, is he an employee of SAPS, of Treasury? Who is Valley? Ask him.
I'm going to take some time to explain that, but he is a businessman.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the letter that you referred us to, the SAPS letter that said there won't be any further emergency procurement, but instead the procurement of the surgical masks will be sourced through the National Treasury contract, which was that letter that you referred us to, and then reading it with 6317, where Mr. Sayed says, but we are not on that contract, so that may be a problem for us. And then the response from General Khan. It seems to me that that's where the whole thing ends, because they realize that they are not part of this contract. So the only way to get in is that somebody who is part of this contract, they must then, I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, well, so Commissioner Khumalo, we don't know how it ends. We know that it's now been moved from an emergency procurement process to the RT process. And then Mr. Sayed says, well, what are we meant to do with that? General Khan says, that's why Madlanga was supposed to arrange for us to link up with someone who is in the RT. And then Mr. Sayed says, okay, and it continues off onto a different topic from there on. Now, whether they then linked up with someone who has access to that contract, we just don't know. But what's clear is that whatever process Mr. Sayed thought they were going to be able to follow wasn't going to work out. So they were looking for an alternative means. So, Commissioners, this set of chats on this particular tender on PPE shows several things. It shows that Mr. Sayed, a private businessman, Carney Link's director, wanted access to these SAPS masks orders. At the very least, but he, as we know, he sent samples of more than masks. General Khan responded to all of his messages, acting as a facilitator. And on the face of it, he is facilitating. He's not responding as a senior police officer who's distancing himself from the improper approach that is being made to him to facilitate access to the contract. He also refers to other individuals within government who may provide assistance in securing this access and to other procurement vehicles.
And then that letter, Advocate Hassim, is it an internal SAPS letter that he shared with Mr. Syed?
The one on the cloth masks and
Yes.
surgical... Can I have a look one more time? That letter, as I said, was by the Divisional Commissioner, Lieutenant General Ritt. He was SCM Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management. It's addressed
sections
internally
within
to the
SAPS.
all sections within SAPS only.
So it's not for public.
It is not sent to the public, no. It's an internal communication. So, Chair, just to wrap up then on what I was saying, emerges from this set of chats, in addition to what I've already laid out, that there's, this constant pressure that's then applied by Mr. Sayed. It's not isolated, it's sort of an ongoing need to secure the orders, that General Khan provides procurement-related information and the contact details and internal SAPS information. And the point is here that what it looks like is that General Khan allowed himself, if I can put it at the lowest bar, to be used for access to the SAPS and Treasury procurement channels for a private businessman. And it certainly appears from these chats that there was no attempt to enforce the law, either in relation to Mr. Sayed, who was making the approach to him, or in relation to the officials who seem to be in on the deal. And that, Chair, is where I conclude on this set of this batch of communications related to the PPE tender.
When you say it seems from these chats that there was no attempt to enforce the law, what do you mean? What law are we talking about, and what are you saying could or should have been done which was not done by General Khan when he's approached in this way?
What I would think the first thing would be is not to facilitate the process, not to assist. Now, as I said when I prefaced the discussion of the tenders, General Khan may have an explanation as to why he continued to facilitate it. We don't know what that is. But he didn't stop this process. He didn't say to Mr. Sayed, that's not the way we operate. He didn't report Mr. Sayed for all we can see. And there's no evidence, again, from the chats themselves that any action was taken against officials or any reporting of the officials took place. What we do know is General Fani was only suspended, I think, recently, a couple of weeks ago, So he remained, and this is 2021. So he remained in his position up until fairly recently. If there had been some law enforcement or some action taken by General Khan, perhaps something would have happened sooner. Again, General Khan might have an explanation for this.
In another stream of evidence that dealt with procurement matters, we've had an explanation from a witness who's an employee in a state entity that in the normal course they get inquiries from members of the public, and because they're a good civil servant, they tend to help members of the public and refer to, so there was nothing sinister in the engagements with members of the public on procurement matters. It may be it's too early in your process for me to ask this question of you, and you can say to me you'll deal with it later if you are going to. With the investigation and the set of documents that, especially the WhatsApp messages that you've had access to, are you able to offer any view about the nature of the relationship between Mr. Syed and General Khan that may well explain this exchange, as he's a member of the public possibly requesting information from a public official? Are you able to offer a view about the nature of the relationship between the two?
So, Commissioner Beloy, we are only going to particular parts, but we've read the entire set of chats. And so it's clear that they have a very close personal relationship. This is not some member of the public who happens to call up someone. Perhaps they met you before and they know you and they call you up. This is someone he meets on a regular basis, he socializes with on a regular basis. And it's not the only instance in which he helps to facilitate. There are, that's the next example that I will go to, which shows more direct involvement
Thank you.
In the process.
Thank you, Ms. Asim.
Advocate Asim, you confused me. You were dealing with an issue before this one where you said General Fani is still with SAPS, was only recently suspended. In the chats we were dealing with, that was in 2001. And was he then with Treasury and then at some point he moved to SAPS? Can you just clear up that confusion?
Yes, Commissioner Khumalo, it was 2021, these chats. And at this point in time, he was in Treasury, and we could see it from his email address. I've forgotten the exact date now, but I will provide it to you, the date when he was transferred from, in fact, it was a promotion, essentially, from Treasury into the SAPS. And I just don't remember the date. I think it might have been 2023, but I need to confirm that.
And then in your further engagement with Advocate Baloy, because I had a similar issue, is it fair to say you can put it no higher than to say prima facie, this is what the chats appear to indicate, that he was facilitating on issues relating to procurement, including PPE and others, because I saw in one of the chats that there was a tender that was not related to PPEs, but he shared that there is this tender coming up, and he shared it with Mr. Syed. And yes, there may or may not be impropriety, but that will be put to him if and when he does come and give evidence, and his version will then be presented at that stage.
Yes. I'm going to go to the next chat. So I was just wrapping up on the PPE tender to say, I don't know what happened with that particular one. And on the face of it, this is all it was. This is as far as it went. But we do need to see these engagements. And so it's linked to Commissioner Beloy's question is, what do we make of this? Is it just this one isolated incident? Is it an innocent approach to say, I happen to know you and you're there, can you give me more information that one would give anybody about access to a contract and the kind of That's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at something much more, let me use my words carefully, but problematic. And we'll see that in the next conversation that we're about to get to. And that one deals with an IT contract. 2022. Commissioner Tumelo, the date at which Molefe Fani joined the SAPS was 1 August 2022. August 2022, and he was a divisional commissioner for supply chain management in the SAPS.
And I guess this may be relevant to one of the streams that we are dealing with, that because you said it was a promotion, which means he was not promoted from within SAPS, but when he moved from Treasury to SAPS, he became a general.
That's indeed my point. So he was a senior officer in Treasury.
But not at SAPS, that's my point. So he didn't rise through the ranks.
He didn't rise through the ranks,
SAPS.
it was a transfer.
It was a transfer from Treasury, and then when he went to SAPS, he was given the rank of a general.
And he was put in charge of supply, he was a divisional commissioner.
I'm more interested in the rank.
Oh, the rank, yes.
Because it is relevant to the other stream we are dealing with.
Yes, so he was given the rank of Lieutenant General.
In fact, Chair put it to Mr. O'Sullivan when he was here, that it often happens that people are appointed by SAPS and they are given a higher rank, so they don't start from the very bottom when they join SAPS.
Yes.
So I was asking it in that context.
No, I understand, Commissioner Kumala. It's also why I refer to it as a promotion, because it's such a senior position. That's why you acquire the rank of Lieutenant General. It's because of the seniority of the position that he's given. So anybody who would come from another institution or organization, whether it's within government or outside of government, but outside of SAPS, you would be placed at the level, you would be given the rank that is commensurate with your seniority in the SAPS, and that's what happened here. So he didn't come through the ranks in the SAPS at all.
But you may only call it a promotion if you are sure that it's not equivalent to the position he held in the National Treasury. But if the two are equivalent, it's not necessarily a promotion. It's just that it didn't start as a constable within SAPS.
That's correct.
Yes,
what I will confirm was whether he was in a similarly senior position in procurement in Treasury.
But do you think we need to get there? I don't think so.
Well, no, Chair. It really is to explain why I considered it yes, he was a chief procurement officer in Treasury and a director. And then he moved to SAPS. In SAPS, he was divisional commissioner of supply chain management. That was where he was appointed. And therefore, because of the seniority of that position, he was awarded, or I don't know how one gets these ranks, granted the rank of Lieutenant General.
Yes. No, thank you. I think that's enough for our purposes, yeah. Thanks. Sorry. Mr. Wali, just in case by 12:30 we are deeply engrossed in whatever it is we'll be doing at that time, please indicate that we should adjourn.
I will alert you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
For the sensitivity.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Asim. Please restart.
The next contract concerns the relationship between General Khan and Mr. Sayed in relation to an IT contract between the National Treasury and a company called Siberia. And for that, we begin in June 2021. And what we will see is, again, the involvement of General Khan through General Fani. Now we know he's General Fani at this point in time. He becomes General Fani along the way. The involvement of both of them in this contract. If we could begin at 12 June 2021, which is at page 5974. At the top of 5974, Mr. Said says, did Fani confirm a time to collect the docs yet? General Khan says, I haven't heard from him yet. Mr. Sayed responds, we seemingly good to go. Obviously, I have not yet negotiated anything or spoken to Fuad. Farid has reverted with the docs and Fuad willing to fly in next week. And then he shares a document that's titled National Treasury and Siberia Master Contract. The attachment on that page is in your annexures bundle, and it's at page 41. So you'll see that that's a copy of a master contract, an agreement between National Treasury. It's signed by the Office of the Accountant General, and it's with Siberia, and Siberia is represented, you'll see on page 41, is represented by the Managing Director, Mr. F. Udemans, who, if you look at page 45, at the table under paragraph 1.6, you'll see in the row Siberia, Director Fuad Udemans. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. That's Fuad Udemans is the Director of Siberia. This is obviously a contract with Siberia to be the project manager for the rolling out of a rather complicated IT system, in fact. The second document that's attached on page 5974 is the Siberia letter to Accountant General. And that's at page 74 of your bundle. And it's dated 26 January 2021, and it's addressed to the Accountant General. It's in relation to the implementation of the master contract, and it's signed by Dr. F. Udemans at the bottom. You'll see that on page 75. So these are the documents that Mr. Sayed shares with General Khan. And after he sends his documents, he says, Josie sent me. So it seems that he's forwarding these documents from the person named Josie. That's 12 June 2021. On 15 June 2021, page 5989, enters Fani again. And General Khan says, Salams bro, we're going to meet Fani at 4. And if you scroll down to page 5990, it straddles the two pages. On the same day at 11:41 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, first he said at home, and then he says, must I ask Josie to join? And General Khan says, yes, at home. And then he asks to speak to Mr. Sayed. On the 23rd of June, they set up a meeting. And if we start at page 6020, you'll see at 2:13 p.m., Mr. Sayed says, what time are you coming? General Khan responds, still busy, and gives his location. Scrolling down to 6021, Mr. Sayed says, okay, Brew, pilot still sitting in the car. I need you here. The next reference is on 30 June 2021, 6072. And at the bottom of that page, and commissioners, you'll see there's a lot of other stuff that are in these chats that I'm not dealing with, and I'm deliberately not commenting on it. 30 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, Salam Brew met with Fuad. This is big. You will please make sure pilot comes, otherwise meeting fruitless without him. And that was at 4:30 a.m. At 4:37 a.m., General Khan responds, okay, and picture of the breakfast that he's eating. The next interaction on this contract is 13 July 2021, and that's at page 6126. It starts on 6125. Again, it straddles two pages. It's at the bottom of 6125. You'll see it's 13 July 2021. It's at 11:50 a.m. General Khan says, DG just called an urgent meeting now at 2 at the office to procure and find programs for disaster recovery related to this unrest. I'm driving through to Pretoria. Can we meet tomorrow anytime after 2? And then the next message says, from pilot. So what's happening here is that he's forwarding to General Khan is forwarding to Mr. Sayed a message he gets from pilot, who's explaining that he's busy and what he's busy with. And he's proposing that they have the meeting tomorrow, rather, at any time after 2. He forwards this, he says it's from pilot, and Mr. Sayed says, okay. And then still on 13 July 2021, at 6127, in the middle of the page, sorry, it's not 13 July, it's actually 14 July. At 8:55 a.m., Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a name. And the name is Bobby Marke. And he says to General Khan, ask the pilot if he is a friendly force or should I grab him? Fuad's matter, he is strategic, suggesting that he was, well, the way I read this is that Bobby Marke was strategic in Fuad's matter. And he is now asking for advice from pilot, who we know is Fani, about whether he's a friendly force or whether he should be grabbed.
Have we sought to find out who is Bobby Make insofar as he may be a person from a government person?
Yes, he is a Treasury official.
Sure.
At the time, yes. This was in 2021, and at that point in time, Mr. Make was a Treasury official. And then the next engagement on it is at page 6206. Where Mr. Sayed at the top of the page says, what time is the pilot seeing the guys from MTN? 6206. So it'll become apparent why MTN, I mean, this is, again, just to remind you, related to this master contract and the implementation of the contract, or particular aspect of the contract. And it is an IT, it's not just IT related, it is also about procuring handsets and data bundles and the like. So here Mr. Sayed says, what time is pilot seeing the guys from MTN? General Khan says, I'm going to ask him. And Mr. Sayed says, okay. That's 26 July 2021. On the same day, at 6207, Mr. Sayed says, please confirm, Brew, I'm sitting with Josie. And General Khan says, I am waiting for him to respond. And it seems that the him there is pilot, Fani. Mr. Sayed responds, okay, and then sends him a list of names. I'm not going to read those names, but I believe one of them, and that would be number 4, to be Josie. General Khan then just says the following, and this is, as we'll see from the context, a forwarded message. He says, just met them. SMADA can carry on and meet them tomorrow. Mr. Sayed says, excellent, Brew. And then he says, them means more than one person. Will be good to know who else he met. I will ask him. So the way, sorry, Commissioner Baloy, I think you have a question.
I don't know if you can answer this. I was just pointing out that at 6207, right at the top, there's a request for names of people for the water wells. And then you've got that list of names. I don't know if you can clarify anything.
And no, I'm afraid I can't assist Commissioner Baloy. The reason I didn't go there was because I don't know enough about it to be able to give you a credible interpretation of it.
I guess what I have in my mind is that list could be a reference to the names of people for the water wells or the SMADA people for a different transaction. It doesn't say on this page. I guess I'm just being cautious about it.
At least number 4 is involved in the SMADA arrangement. The SMADA entity.
That's sufficient for me.
But I'm not sure exactly what the meaning of the other names are, whether they are partners or or whether it's related to something else. And so in the absence of more information, I just wouldn't say too much more about that. But what we see is that what General Khan forwards to him is a message saying that he's just met them. And in the context, in the context of speaking to Pilot, it appears that Pilot has now met with the relevant people in MTN, and he says, this is facilitating SMARDA's access to MTN, saying, I just met them, SMARDA can carry on and meet them tomorrow. He responds to say, them means more than one person, will be good to know who else he met. I will ask him. And then and then it continues from there, and this is important, because he then says, any news, and then he says something about the contract. What he then does, because we get to the contract a little later, and the relevance of this becomes clear with reference to the contract. Apologies, Chair, it's 12:30.
But you want to finish off the point we're making?
It's actually a good point to break, Chair.
Or to break at this point. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon. It is 13:59. We are ready to resume. Please make sure your devices are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we were dealing with the Siberia contract, and we were on 26 July 2021, where General Khan reported to Mr. Sayed that General Fani had said that he'd met with them and that SMADA, what seems to be the corporate vehicle of General Khan and Mr. Sayed for this Siberia contract, would meet MTN the following day. Still on the 26th of July,
Are we still at 6208 or are we going elsewhere?
we're still at 6208. So the conversation concluded by Mr. Sayed saying, you know, who else did he meet with? Who else was included in the them? And General Khan says he will ask them. And then what happens next is on the same day, same page, Mr. Sayed says, for your information, told them to exclude 335, 34, and 35. These are references to a draft memorandum of understanding between SMADA and Siberia, which I'm going to turn to in a moment. But before I get there, he continues by saying we have to conclude as pilot can easily resolve, then we good if he signs. And the next message, so we get 92.4 odd, 280, 30%. And the next message, how are we splitting on our side? And then he says, yes, maaf, meaning sorry, 33.3, suggesting that it is a one-third split, so there are three payments, so out of the 280. So this is the seeming arrangement for this MOU and how the SMADA beneficiaries will split the proceeds. But what do these clauses refer to? If you scroll down onto page 6209, Mr. Sayed shares the draft MOU with General Khan. And Commissioners, that is in the annexure bundle at page 85. So you'll see it's in a draft form. So there's some details that still need to be included, including such as who's going to sign it. Then paragraph 1 deals with the status of the agreement, etc. The key clause is in paragraph 3, which captures the agreement between SMADA and Siberia. And you'll see from this MOU, and particularly from these clauses, that this really is a thinly veiled kickback agreement for facilitating this process and access to to the contract with Treasury. So clause 3 is 3.1 begins that Siberia was awarded a contract. 3.2, and this is the critical provisions now. SMADA has forged close business relationships at the highest levels with the government of the Republic of South Africa, as well as in the private sector, and SMADA agreed to facilitate introductions, meetings, and/or presentations at the highest level of the government of the Republic of South Africa, as well as SMADA's business associates in the private sector, to ensure full implementation of the rules engine. Then if you look at 3.3.2, it says more specifically, the parties agree as follows. 3.3.2, SMADA shall secure the necessary strategic partnerships subject to the final approval of Siberia. 3.3.3, SMADA shall ensure that Siberia continue to provide the services in the territory and to the employers introduced. 3.3.4, SMADA shall secure signature of the relevant service agreements where required in order to secure full implementation of the rules engine, as well as to provide active ongoing relationship management with any government department and/or municipality and/or parastatal and/or other private sector employer where the rules engine is operational. And then finally, 3.4, which deals with the fee. And 3.4 says, SMADA shall be entitled to the fee in respect of any specific payroll introduced and secured by SMADA, which has achieved full implementation, it being recorded that the fee shall incorporate the interests of any and all strategic partners as contemplated in 332, as well as any replacements of such strategic local partners. Now, what Mr. Sayed is concerned with, I beg your pardon, Chair, I skipped over an important provision, and that's 335.
335. I was wondering.
Yes, it's with reference to, what it says is with reference to the activation of the rules engine in terms of the master contract, specifically as it relates to the rules engine being fully implemented in respect of central government. It is understood that the fee payable to SMADA in terms of this MOU shall be shared with such parties who assisted in achieving full implementation insofar as applicable. So you'll see Mr. Sayed at 5 p.m. Sends a message that says the two comments I have. One, the Treasury recovery not included, need to agree on percentage. Are we accepting the 1/3? 2, it is clear from the agreement, 335, 3.4, and 3.5, that we will share our fee with other parties who assisted achieving full implementation. And so these are, and then he goes on to say the agreement now makes provision for NUCO, etc. But what they're concerned with is the provisions that it makes SMADA responsible for using their fee to pay such parties who assisted in the securing of the deal. So when you read 3.5, 3.4 together, that seems to be their concern. So he sends a draft agreement. He says, not so happy with this and how the fee, basically, how is this fee going to be split? He's proposing it must be 1/3. It mustn't be shared with other. They shouldn't have to, from their fees, then pay other parties who assisted. And it seems estimated value of the contract would be 280 something. $1,000 million. What isn't apparent is who the other party is here, whether it's General Fani who's the third or not, but it's pretty obvious that this is a split that's going to be three ways between three parties.
Who are the other two? We don't know that one, but who are the other two?
We believe the other two are General Khan and Mr. Sayed. Hence the discussion between the two of them of the split. How are we going to split it? If it wasn't General Khan, why would they have why would he be discussing how the split would work?
Your answer, does it mean that's what you will be proposing to the commissioners, to find that the other
that's
two
what it
is Mr. Said and General Khan?
On the face of the chats, Commissioner Baloy. Now, remember, it's MTN that they're trying to get as part of the deal here, introduced to Siberia. And if you look at page 6320,
There's just something that troubles me on 6209. Is Mr. Syed asking himself questions and then answering himself? Because those chats don't make sense to me. If you look at the second one, how are we splitting on our side? And then an answer follows, and then there's exactly. So he can be communicating with himself, surely.
yes, it seems that it's a forwarded message.
They are forwarded.
Yes, and we could try to go through to other forms of the data that we have to see whether this was forwarded. But it seems
it does seem like it's communication involving a third party.
A third party.
Yeah.
We don't know who the third party is, but he proposes 30%, and then he corrects himself and says 33.3%, etc. And then comes a contract and sharing the concerns about the terms of the contract. And then at 6320, Mr. Sayed shares with General Khan an email from MTN that records that SMADA has been registered as an MTN supplier. And we'll see at the bottom of that page, General Khan responds saying, "Excellent, bro." And then at 6331, at the bottom of the page, let me just say this before we get to the screenshots. There are two texts from General Khan to Mr. Sayed above it. I dropped off the docs with the DM now at his house. We don't, and then it says, fuck him. We don't know we don't know what docs. I haven't been able to establish clearly enough what docs were dropped off with the DM. At the bottom of the page, we see a series of screenshots sent from General Khan to Mr. Sayed. What this is a copy of the internal SAPS tender decision that recommends MTN as a bulk service provider for SMSs. And, Chair, there's quite a few screenshots in the series here, but the recommendation itself is on 6343. So, because it describes, it describes the four bidders, etc., and how it's a whole sort of background. You don't have 6343?
There are pages missing. It's 6331 and after that 6344.
One thing we could do, Chair, see if I...
Perhaps, we'll look at our screens. Let's look at our screens.
Look,
this can be...
The alternative is to look at the answering affidavit file.
Okay.
And specifically annexure TN13, if that's any easier. Page 2, so it's TN13, it's page 285 and 286. So, Chair, you've got it. So you'll see at the last sentence basically is the most important. MTN is that's the preferred provider for the provision of the bulk SMS system. It's signed and dated 23 August 2021.
Let's give a page reference for the transcript. You didn't mention this page that we are on. It's page 679 of file 2 of 2, answering affidavit, answering papers.
It's page 285.
Document that is on the screen.
Yes.
We have it on 679 STN13.
I have it then 285.
That's the correct
Yes,
page,
that's the
but
same
you've got a different page number.
Oh.
But it's
It's TN13, it's page 285, 286, and then on the WhatsApp chats itself, it's page 6343.
Let's use your numbering. It may be that it appears several times, but Chair and I have TN13 as page 679.
My apologies for that, Commissioners.
And it is the document
I
that...
think it has different case line numbering as well. So your 285 in red is the same as case lines on
Correct.
my copy.
Same.
They have different case line
I see.
numbering.
Oh, I see. That might be the problem. Chair, why don't I do this? On the WhatsApp chats, it's page 6343. And it's for ease of reading it, I referred you to this bundle, but we can go with 6343 because that's the same on all of our versions. The point here is that 2 days after this is signed, it's forwarded by General Khan to Mr. Sayed. And at the end of the series of screenshots, he sends, please send to Josie and Pilot. And Mr. Sayed then says, can I form a group for us, Brew? And he says, yes.
And this document is an internal subs document, clearly on its face.
Yes.
Thank you.
This wouldn't have been shared with certainly even if it were to be shared with the successful bidder, it wouldn't have been shared with some other corporate entity. For what reason?
And one quick observation, the document had not done the rounds so that all the people who are supposed to sign and recommend
Get signed.
So it was still at proposal stage, it would appear, at the recommendation stage. And various people still needed to sign and say whether they support the recommendation or not.
Indeed so, Commissioner Khumalo. And it's not a PDF that's sent in one file. It's General Khan taking pictures page by page of the document with his phone and then sending the screenshots. And then again, he says, please send to Josie and Pilot. And Mr. Sayed says, can I form a group for us? And he says, yes. And then Mr. Sayed says, okay, group. And that, Commissioners, is where the communication on this particular contract comes to an end. So what we see emerging from these messages is that General Khan participated in this private commercial effort concerning Siberia's master agreement with National Treasury. That Fani, or Pilot, as we know the reference to Pilot, appears repeatedly again in this tender as an intermediary whose involvement is necessary for the successful conclusion of this exercise. We see that General Khan facilitated or arranged meetings between Pilot and other members, including Mr. Sayed, and it seems this person who's the other partner in this venture, Josie, that General Khan seems to have transmitted, not seems to have, I mean, we can see from the documents here that he has transmitted information from General Fani and himself about internal SAPS communication. He sought CSD information that we saw earlier. And in fact, Commissioner Khumalo, that CSD information that was requested on Branded World seemed to be linked. It's either an entirely separate enterprise or it's linked to this enterprise on the Siberia contract. It's not clear which. But we see that General Khan asks for that kind of information and it's provided to him, which means he's helping to connect these parties to the procurement channels. We see the financial arrangement in which percentages and splits are discussed, and then the internal recommendation that is shared with Mr. Sayed. So those are the features of this set of chats. What happened after this, we're not aware.
At the time of these chats, General Fani is now at the SAPS.
No.
This is in 2021.
No, he's not yet at the SAPS because he only joined the SAPS on the 1st of August 2022.
Okay. He's still Treasury at this point.
He's still Treasury at this point.
This contract we are dealing with, it's subsidiary to the master agreement from 2001. How do we link the two? The one that we are referring to and the earlier one in 2001.
So the 2001 one was the master agreement. And then there seem to have been several discussions between National Treasury and Siberia, but this is a massive project. And the rules engine was a complicated system of rolling out a logistics program for payroll deductions, etc., which extended over many, many years. So the master agreement is just shared with General Khan because it says this is the party that we want to look to do business with, Siberia, because they have an entryway into national treasury for this massive system. We can play some part in that, in its ongoing implementation of the rules engine, and the part we can play is by facilitating access and putting MTN in contact with Siberia for bulk service provision of SMSs.
And General Fani gets involved because the counterparty in the master agreement is National Treasury.
That's right, because this is an agreement that is signed between the Office of the Accountant General and Siberia, and the main overseer of this whole process is National Treasury. So that's the second set of conversations that I wanted to cover that deal with tenders. But before I leave Mr. Sayed, he was not content with just these endeavors of securing contracts with the state. So there are one or two other areas in the chats where he asks for information. One such request I seem to have the wrong bookmark. I'll have to come back to the one request that I was looking for, but the second one is in relation to helicopters. So, Chair and Commissioners, if you look at page 6606, you'll see that on 13 April 2022, Mr. Sayed forwards to General Khan a series of pictures of helicopters. But before you look at all of them, you'll see 6606. So the second last message, the text where it says, he forwards a message from someone. It says, "Hi Mo, Ramadan Mubarak. Trust you have had a blessed time. Did you know SA police are selling their helicopters? I'm sure you know the right guys to talk to. If you could get them at the right price, we could sell them." And then he forwards the pictures of the helicopters. And on page 6613, after the pictures of the helicopters, the message from General Khan is, "Salams bro, I will ask General Ritt." So we know now that General Ritt is the DivCom. He's in the procurement. This was before General Fani was in the SAPS, and General Ritt. We looked at it a little bit earlier. If we could just get the page reference. In fact, if you look at that faulty TN13, on page 286, at least on mine and Commissioner Beloy's version, you'll see that in 2021, Lieutenant General Ritt was a divisional commissioner for supply chain management. This is a position that General Fani then kept. That's fine. And then, again, still not enough. There's another approach on 14th June, and if the commissioners were to look at page 5982, on 14 June 2021, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a message with saying the following: 1, nationwide network revitalization and optimization project. 2, deployment on cybersecurity solutions in 9 provinces. This is the one we are responding to now, and he gives the reference number. He follows that with the next message, which says, we'll chat tonight. And the next message, we can partner with you on these 2 with collaboration with my current stakeholders. Budget is over 700 million on both. Thanks. Next message from Josie. So these are a set of messages that are forwarded from Josie. Mr. Sayed sends it on to General Khan, who responds, okay. And the reason, commissioners, that I'm not going anywhere else in the chats further on these is because we don't really know what became of it. So what I'm trying to show here is that there are a couple of very detailed conversations with regard to some contracts, but it doesn't end there. There's a series of attempts and forwarded messages saying there's this opportunity here, there's that opportunity there. That's what it looks like to me, and that's what I'm presenting to the commissioners from these little chats. There's the helicopters, and then there's the cybersecurity.
Isn't the further point perhaps that they seem to suggest or indicate General Khan's willingness to assist using his position in the SAPs? For example, the one where he said, I'll speak to J. Reed or somebody. So he has access to people within SAPs that he's able to approach on behalf of a private entity or individual.
That's the point. That is the point, Commissioner Baloyi.
And perhaps it's stronger than just assisting. He's in for himself as well, or he's in it for himself as well. I'm talking generally now, even about the other attempts in relation to other contracts.
That's correct, Chair. I mean, that's certainly how it appears. And specifically on those where there's a detailed interaction. And it's not a question of just, I'll make an introduction and I leave it at that. And I'm not engaging any further. It's continuous meetings. It's continuous back and forth with every time there's a message from Mr. Sayed, please can you follow up with pilot, follow up with Gen 1, please can we set a meeting? General Khan facilitates and says he's going to do so. And responds to say, yes, I meeting set for 2 p.m., or that kind of thing. So it's not a simple, I'll make an introduction and then it's up to you to do the rest.
I mean, on the issue of helicopters, he says, get them at a good price, we will sell them.
Well, I don't know who the we is. But it seems to be...
We is not you or they, it's we.
It's we. So, one more. If I can just go here. Again, it's just one message alone. It's page 5990. And at the bottom of that page, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan details of an IPID tender, bid number 02-2021/22, with a closing date of 2nd July 2021. So this is sent on 15 June 2021. The details of an IPID tender that has a closing date of 2 July 2021 for 66 guards. And just to close off on that security tender, on page 5994, on 17 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, just heads up, Symantec is the current incumbent with the SAPS security tender. They are our biggest competitor right now. Thanks. Commissioners, just when I think I'm done with these, there's more. That's not all. If we go to page 5945, 5945, from the bottom of that page, there are a series of pictures and videos of warehouse premises. Can you play it, please? So, Commissioners, you'll see there's a series of pictures of warehouses, and then it's followed with a message which says, we can rent to Treasury, and then there's a video attachment.
You don't want us to see the pictures themselves because what we see here is scrambled.
I'm not sure why. It's becoming it's scrambled on my end all of a sudden too. Do you have a bit of it? Don't.
Time is the video.
There's one on 918.
But perhaps
We'll get-
I wanted to say, let's continue.
But we'll get better copies.
Yes, we know you say it's warehouses. And the important thing is that at 5947, there's then the text, we can rent to Treasury, which I assume means we can lease to Treasury.
Yes.
Or rent
And there's
out,
video attachments as well.
Rent out to Treasury.
Okay. And then the next one. Is it the same? Okay, so it's the same video that's twice in these chats. It goes on then with General Khan saying, looking good. On 5948, Mr. Sayed says there's two warehouses. duplicate copy. General Khan says total square meters. He responds with the total warehouse square meterage of 1,600 plus office space and boardrooms. And then he says, can we meet you at 2, golf, and then on my way back home now. And the conversation goes on from there. And then finally, on page 5987, on 15 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, Brew, when you are with the pilot, please ask him what's the RT number to fill in for the warehouse rental. I want to put Jet Park on the system. General Khan responds, please don't discuss with Ali. We are in the meeting now with the pilot and R. And then Mr. Sayed says, okay, Brew, Ali can't finish. And General Khan says he made a big fuck up with Bobby. I don't know whether this Bobby is the same as the other Bobby that was referred to earlier. I won't comment on it. That is the conclusion of the exchanges on the warehouses. So,
Are you able to tell from other available material who Ali is?
not yet, Chair.
All right.
So, Commissioners, I took you through some detail on this because it shows a pattern of conduct and a relationship between Mr. Sayed and General Khan that involves financial beneficiation. That's not the only aspects of the chats with Mr. Mo Sayed, but as I said when I started out, I wanted to start with the tenders first before going into other aspects of the themes such as abuse of authority, etc. So I will return to the Mo Sayed chats again in due course, but I don't want to move off the tender theme, and for that I need to go to another chat because there's another tender. But before I do that, there was, at the outset, when I was addressing the Commission on Carney Links and the allegations against Carney Links for illicit cigarette trading, there was one reference that I omitted to bring to the Commission's attention. And if I could go there now. I just need a moment, Chair, please, to find... Can't find it now. Energy. Hmm. 6109. Commissioners, it's page 6109. So this was Actually, it starts, Chair, 6107. On 7 July 2021, where Mr. Sayed forwards an article, a report, media statement, in actual fact, that was prepared by Mr. Yusuf Abramji for an organization, a non-profit called Tax Justice South Africa. And the content of the heading of this media statement is authorities to blame for tsunami of illegal tobacco flooding South Africa. And it reports as follows, and I'm not going to read all of it, just the relevant part. A shocking new report shows a tsunami of illegal tobacco is flooding South Africa as a result of authorities' failure to act on damning evidence of the world's biggest black market. And then it quotes, there's a quote from Mr. Yusuf Abramji, and he refers to on page 6108, he says illegal cigarettes are being sold for just 6 Rand per pack, a fraction of the minimum collectible tax of 21 Rand 60. And then he says brands belonging to Gold Leaf Tobacco Corporation are winning the illegal price war with the number of its South African brands purchased below the MCT. And then he names Carney Links as guilty of the same conduct. So Mr. Sayed forwards this, sends this to General Khan, and along with the message, Abramji going to get, my mother watches this commission, Chair.
No, you may just say F up, bro.
Tired of the language. Gets fucked up, bro. And General Khan responds.
Miss Hassim, we once got into problems out there when Mr. Chaskalsin vocalized the lyrics of a certain song.
Yes. So let's not repeat that. Yeah. So General Khan responds, F him up, bro. He must stay in his lane. Now, Chair, this was not the end, because there's another message after stay in his lane. On 10 November 2021, can you get me? Just get the page number. Page 6458. And you'll see at the bottom of 6458 running over to 6459.
We have a similar problem again.
Chair, can you look at it on the screen?
Yes.
So what you'll see on the screen is a post by Mr. Abramji recording a survey that shows that 62% of Carney Links brands retailed below the MCT. That's what he's posting about. And if you go below the chats, it's another post by the same organization, Tax Justice South Africa, and Mr. Mo Sayed says this P is asking for it, bro. And General Khan's response is, we can sort it out easily. Now, the reason I'm actually drawing this to the Commission's attention is not just because it's linked to Carney links and the subject matter we've been discussing and the allegations of illegal and criminal conduct by Carney links, but because it's not the only incident in which there is this attitude and hostility towards other individuals, including journalists. So what we see here is seen elsewhere in the conversations of General Khan. And for that, Chair, could you, well, again, I think you probably need to look at it on the screen because it may not have been included in your bundle. It's page 3431. And it's a conversation with a person whose name I don't need to mention, but he seems to be another police officer from KwaZulu-Natal. And he shares with General Khan an article from the Daily Maverick. The headline of the article is SAPS PPE scandal, clash of top brass amid claims of massive corruption. And so what the article is alleging is that there are top cops who were tasked with investigating the then head of crime intelligence, Peter Jacobs, for tender fraud. The article is alleging that those top cops are themselves potentially guilty of tender fraud. So that's what the article is about. We don't need to open it and read it. Unless the commissioners wish to, that's just a summary of the article I've provided. So that's sent to General Khan. General Khan says the following in response: morning, this journalist is a good friend of Jacobs and Vieri. And the response from the counterpart is, good morning, General, it's clear, as all the articles are written by a single journalist. And the next message, counter, needs to be activated on this journo.
You say who is the journalist that's being discussed? Is it still Mr. Abraham G?
No, it's a different journalist. It's a journalist with the Daily Maverick, a Miss Marian Tam.
And then this communication, good morning, General, counter needs to be activated, and the earlier one which says the Geno is friends with Jacobs, you say who's communicating there?
Who's communicating with General Khan?
No, I want to know, are you saying, who's communicating with General Khan? Is it the person whose name you don't want to mention?
Only because it would be unnecessary to mention the name. It's not really relevant to the reason that I'm bringing it to the Commission's attention. It's a person who is, I believe, a member of the SAPS.
Okay. Just so that we understand. So the first message, WhatsApp message, which says someone is a friend with Jacobs. Who's writing there?
Yes. That's General Khan.
That's General Khan. Okay, and then the next ones?
That's also General Khan, where he says, and Vieri.
Yes, okay.
So he sends it over two messages. Morning, this journalist is a good friend of Jacobs.
Yes.
And Vieri.
Yes.
And then the response from the other colleague is, good morning, General, it's clear, as all the articles are written by a single journalist. Now, the article that I referred to, it was just one article. But obviously there are more articles on that theme. And the colleague with whom General Khan is speaking must have looked into it. And so said it's clear, as all the articles are written by a single journalist, counter needs be activated on this journal.
Understand, thank you.
Sasim, what are we going to do with all the pages that you've referred us to that are not in our files, should the attorneys not make a note of all of them and then make copies for us to be inserted into our files?
I think that would be the best way to do it, Commissioner, because what you have is one massive bundle, as you're aware, and then what we've tried to fill it out for you. And when you are going through it in the weeks to come, you're going to want to go back to some of these pages. So we'll make a note, and the attorneys will supplement your bundle.
Thank you.
So I've referred to the page numbers now, so they should be easy to pull out. These, just for repetition's sake, is 3432 and 3433. Commissioners, it's not, it's an abuse of authority. These kind of communications that are taking place here. But that's a theme on its own, and we will get to that probably on Monday.
I know it lies with General Khan to explain the meaning, but do you have any idea what is meant by a counter having to be activated against the journalist?
I mean, it could mean counterintelligence, it could mean counterattack, it could mean, I can't say for sure, Chair, but it is something that needs to be done.
Okay. In those circumstances, must we not know who that second communicator is there? This may potentially be quite serious, even if it's not something at this stage the Commission was not thinking of following up on.
So, Chair, the only reason it's redacted is for the public. It shouldn't be redacted on your version. But because you don't have a version, all you can see is what's being flighted, I think.
So in other words, when the missing pages are added to our file,
it will not be redacted.
Will be there, and
yes.
we will be able to see it.
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around why the public should not even know that.
So, Chair, my approach to this was one of extreme caution.
Okay, we still have Monday. Perhaps let's.
I'll give it more thought, and
yes,
if I feel it's something that should just be said publicly, then we could do. I didn't want to be, as I said, too reckless with the way in which we deal with these conversations.
Let's leave it for now. Yeah.
We'll leave it for now, Chair, but I certainly the commissioners will know who the person is when we supplement the bundle, and I'll think about it over the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue then.
Thank you. Okay.
In fact, whilst you think about it over the weekend, I must say, as presently advised, my inclination is for the name to be divulged, especially if what this means is taking improper action against the journalist concerned. Why should the public not know about that? But I still leave it to you to mull over the weekend.
I take your advice, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll make note of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, Chair, the next tender topic. That next vendor is located in a different chat, and it is a collection of chats between General Khan and one Mr. Ismail Valley, who is a businessman and who owns a motor super vehicles store known as 357. And it is, I mean, I don't know the full details of the business, but it's the kind of place where you would go if you wanted to add bells and whistles to your vehicle.
To pimp your ride.
I knew you wanted to go there, Chair. So yes, that's what it is. Now, Chair, I must say at this point that there's some evidence that we would want to lead in camera in relation to this individual, and why we think that this is of particular significance, that General Khan is communicating with this individual. But for the reasons I said this morning, it will require us to traverse some material that would be inappropriate to lead in public because it's SAPS information. But we've made the in-camera application already today, and we'll probably move that application on Monday, Chair. So I don't want to get into it now, but we will deal with it next week.
And has it been made public, the application?
I believe so. The attorney is not here, but I did speak to the attorney in one of our adjournments, and so I'm quite sure that it was, because we needed to give a certain amount of lead time to the media.
Thank you.
So, Chair, we'll return to that, but for now, if we go to that set of chats, and specifically page 5129, yes.
May we put away file 2 so long?
File 2 of your 4 bundle.
That's the one we've been looking at for the
Chair,
most
what
part.
page does it begin on?
It's 5482.
You can put that file away, Chair.
Thank you. You said page
5129.
5129.
Chair, there is just one thing I need to check, which will require just 2 minutes from my side, but because I'm jumping topics, I haven't had time to think about it. Could I ask for a 5-minute adjournment just to find the relevant document?
Let's adjourn, we'll hear from you.
Thank you, Chair. I lost my notes, so I just want to...
disturbance and gave us what email.
I don't, where's Marie? Sorry?
But the application was potentially.
No, but has it been sent to Mr. Valley? Not.
Yeah, it's not acceptable.
Okay. Can you check?
resume. Please make sure your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Thank you for the indulgence, Chair.
You're welcome, Ms. Hassan.
Chair, just before I start this topic, I want to, for the record, submit certain documents into evidence. We don't need to hand it up. It will be provided to you separately in your files, but for the record, I just want to say what they are. The first is CJC 363, and that is the medical report that we received from General Khan's legal representatives. The second is CJC 364, and that's the unredacted J88 form. The third is CJC 365, and that's the company details for Branded World Closed Corporation. And the fourth is CJC 366, and it's the company details for Branded World, a company, in terms of the company, a private company. Those are the four that I wish to submit into evidence, just for the record.
Ms. Hassan, the medical reports, of course, they will be redacted or treated with the necessary confidentiality, however you plan to do it.
There's only one copy of the medical report
The J88.
and the J88, which is in my possession, Commissioner Baloy. Once we conclude today, I will insert them into the main exhibit folder confidentially into a folder separately, so that it's only accessible to the commissioners and the evidence leaders, so that there isn't any other copy. We've not made copies of this, except a copy for Mr. Valley. I think you've got a copy.
I believe I supplied the copies to you, Madam.
I thought there was a copy being provided in the adjournment of the J88.
No.
Or was it just a number?
Just a number.
Okay. So nobody else has copies, Commissioner Baloy. Right, so let's get back to it. The next tender, Commissioners, and let me just give a brief overview of this. This is a tender, as I said, this is a conversation between General Khan and Mr. Ismail Valley. The tender concerns an automotive parts tender, number RT45, and there's extensive communications between the two that I'll be going through. And it's best to see it in these different phases, and it'll emerge as I go through. The first phase is sort of an early access and manipulation, attempt to manipulate specifications. So this is before the tender is even advertised, there's engagement. And then it goes into a second phase where inside information is shared when the tender goes live. And then there's a third phase where there are discussions involving financial interest. And then there's a final phase in the communications, which is what happens after the award after the contract is awarded, and particularly issues of pricing and that kind of thing. So if you just have that sort of in your mind, this progresses along these phases, this communication. It begins in April 2021 at page 5129. And it's on 14 April 2021 at 7:48 in the evening. General Khan sends a message saying, we have a meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the contact.
Page 748, you mean 907?
I'm sorry,
48
it's
seconds.
9:07 and 48 seconds. Thank you, Commissioner Bedoy. Meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the contact. And then on the next day, let me finish this. He then responds, Mr. Valley, yes, bro, must I come? And then General Khan says, can you talk now? And Mr. Valley says, must I call you? General Khan says, yes. On page 5130, Mr. Valley sends General Khan a message, 15 April 2021, 9:02 a.m. We still on for 12 or so. General Khan says, yes, bro. And then on 15 April 2021, now, this should be in your bundle, I hope, because, Commissioners, this chat straddles two phones, the iPhone 8 and the iPhone 11. You might have noticed in your bundle that some pages are in a different format. The way the WhatsApp chats are depicted are in a different format. So, and because I'm going chronologically through this, the next conversation takes place on 15 April 2021, but on the other phone, and that's at page 1712. It should be in the same folder. Do you have it, Chair? 1712. So, sort of just over halfway down that page, chat number 6. There's a PDF document that's shared by General Khan with Mr. Valley. And that...
You say this is from the iPhone 11, this format?
The iPhone 8.
Okay.
But the communication is between the same people.
It's between the same people.
See, and
But it's the same number on Mr. Valley's side, but it's a different phone on General Khan's side. So at chat number 6, you'll see he's sharing a PDF. That's in your annexure bundle at page 101. In the chat, you see it's marked RT45 2021 Special Conditions of Contract, version 3.
and this is General Khan
That's General Khan.
sending out. Okay.
And the important part of that is version 3. And the actual annexure is page 101. So what's apparent from page 101 is it is what that attachment says it is, the special conditions of contract. It's for the supply and delivery of automotive parts and tools to the state for a period of 36 months. The closing date on the tender is 31 May 2021 at 11 o'clock. It's a transversal contract and it is issued by National Treasury. What's significant about this, Commissioners, is that this is an internal document that is still in draft form. I pointed out that in the chat you can see it says V3 version 3. And if we look at the document itself, you'll see several places where there are drafting notes, so aspects where the terms are either highlighted or in a different color. And if I could just take you there to show you what those look like. The first is on page 109. And you'll see that the date for the bid information session, when that will be held, is in a draft form. It's a different color and it's highlighted, the yellow highlight. On page 110, the next page, clause 5.2.1, paragraph A. Similarly, there's a highlight for the BBE status level contributor, 1 to 8. On page 121, at clause 19.1.3, in draft form, the clause reads, the SAPS, through a specific SAPS garage, will submit a written or electronic order to the contractor, etc. On page 135, clause 33.2.5, the base index date is still in draft form and it doesn't have a specific day, it just says April 2021. On page 136, clause 33.3.1, there are a number of yellow highlights you'll see throughout that clause. Similarly, on page 137, paragraph E,
a substantial portion of that is, or rather has a yellow highlight.
That's correct, Chair. And that's the last page on which there are drafts, but there are 6 pages in which there are significant clauses in which it's still in draft form and under consideration. This is the document that is shared by General Khan with Mr. Valley. So it's a draft document. Now, on the next page, if we still stay in this iPhone 8, page 713, you'll see, so General Khan shares this document. There's an emoji that follows it, which I can't really make out. It seems like 2 hands in prayer. And then a message from General Khan to Mr. Valley, in which he says, this O is on top of his game. And from that, I surmise that this PDF document was shared with Mr. Khan by somebody else in Treasury. And I believe it is Molefe Fani, and we'll see his name come up in the context of this tender as we go on. So he says this O is on top of his game. Mr. Valley thanks him for sending the document. Ms. General Khan responds, can we please make it 2:30? And Mr. Valley responds, sure. So that is 15 April 2021. If we revert to the iPhone 11 on page 5134. At the top of the page, Mr. Valley says, any news from Oak we met, when it will be advertised? And General Khan responds, by end of the month. And Mr. Valley then says, okay, we will keep eye out, and he should tell us, ne? General Khan responds, he will. And again, I think the he in this context is Mr. Fani at this point. And Mr. Valley responds, thank you, and then says at 7:49 p.m., inshallah, we get a decent slice. So his communication here with General Khan is not about a third party. He's saying we get a decent slice. So as we saw in the other chats of we benefiting in one way or another, again, there's a reference now with a whole different person. We get, God willing, we get a decent slice.
But when it is not General Khan speaking, the other possibility at least could be that Mr. Valley is referring to himself and his company, or to himself and his associates, excluding General Khan. Because when General Khan is speaking and he says we, clearly that includes him.
Yes.
But when a third party says we, it does not necessarily follow that it includes General Khan.
Yes, that's right, Commissioner Khumalo, but we should not just look at these chats in isolation, each chat. So in context, and as we go through this, we'll see that there's more communications between the two, which suggests that there is some benefit.
Does what follows, I don't know how to pronounce it, the AMENN, does that shed any light? What does it mean in the context of what's being said?
So it means amen. It's Amen. So when he's
so it means the same thing.
God willing.
The amen with one E, because here is double E. Oh, right. Thank you.
Same meaning, and it's a direct response to the God willing.
Yes.
Which is the translation of inshallah.
Thank you.
God willing, amen. So, Commissioners, that was 21 April 2021. The communication continues on the 23rd of April 23rd of April 21, but we need to go back again to 1714. It's on the other phone, where at 11:14:26 in the morning, General Khan sends a message that says, and this is forwarded, it says, Dear Gen, RT45 will be advertised soon, just to give you a heads up. So if you recall, the earlier conversation was, any news when it'll be advertised, he should let us know. And General Khan says, yes, he will. And now this is a message that comes to General Khan, which General Khan then forwards on to Mr. Valley. And the message says that the bid, the tender will be advertised soon, just to give you a heads up. And Mr. Valley responds, Alhamdulillah, Bru. Then on the 3rd of May 2021, on page 1721, at chat number 7, Mr. Valley, chat number 7, it's at the bottom of the page, he says, can our guy change something on spec? to remove that multiple suppliers for one province, 11.1.3 under special conditions. Better if one supplier per region. And the 11.1.3 that is being referred to here is 11.1.3 of the special conditions of contract that we were looking at a moment ago, which says to award to more than one contractor per province. So here, what Mr. Bali is saying is, would be better for him if it's just one supplier. And can General Khan influence our guy who provided the draft contract to change the specifications? General Khan responds to that saying, I think it's late to change the specifications now. And this is on page 1722, pardon me, over the page. He says, I think it's late to change the specification now. Let me try. And Ismail Valley says, okay, NP brew, meaning okay, no problem brew. On page 1724, Mr. Valley asks on chat number 6, and this is on 6 May 2021, any news from our guy? And General Khan responds, not yet. And over the page 1725, I will remind him tomorrow. So that's 6 May 2021. On the 10th of May 2021, and now we go back to the 11, it's page 5144. Oh, sorry, it's 5142. And Mr. Valley says, please chase our guy a little today about date they're advertising. So follow up again with our guy regarding the date. You'll see, Commissioners...
what is it about this page that tells you that we are still talking about the same tender?
It's the time period. It's the timeline. So the previous conversation was on 5 May. Any news from our guy? And the response, not yet, I'll remind him tomorrow. Then comes this in the timeline. It's just a few days later saying, please chase our guy about date they're advertising. So when you look at all of them in the timeline, what they're talking about being advertised is the bid, is the bid. What he has so far is the draft, and he's preparing himself to make a submission and to apply, but they want to make sure that they get in on time on the bid, and that's where. And just, Chair, because although I'm going through these specific chats and we are going to come back to different aspects, I'll just point out to you that on the same page, the vehicle, the fancy vehicle that General Khan posts pictures of and says to Mr. Valley, it's looking sharp. He says, thank you, bro, it's looking sharp. JZK, bro, it's looking sharp. Looks boss, etc. And we're going to see this again elsewhere in the chats. It's where General Khan sends his vehicles to Mr. Valley for it to be pumped. So this message was, the please chase our guy little today was at 7:30 a.m. And then on the same day, if we go to page 1729, so on the same day, but now at 8:28 p.m., Mr. Valley follows up. Bro, did you manage to chat to the guy? And General Khan responds, yes, he will let me know he was in meetings today. And if we just scroll down to page 1730, the very next day, that's 11 May 2021, at 5:09 p.m., Mr. Valley says, Salam's updated tenders. I think what he's referring to here is he's looked at the tender advertisements that have come out. And he says, Salam's updated tenders, still nothing on RT45. So he's had a look, but there's still nothing on the RT45 contract. The response from General Khan is, I will try to call our man now. That's reply from Mr. Valley is thank you. The reply is JZKL, which translates into thank you. General Khan then says it will be out any day, approved for publication. Check treasury.gov.za. And Mr. Valley says, we'll keep looking. And then General Khan responds, I'll tell when up. On page 1731, Mr. Valley says, we need this. Market is slow. So that's 11 May 2021. Now, what's important here is where General Khan says it will be approved. This is on 11 May for publication. It was approved for publication yesterday. Check the website. I'll tell when up. What I would like to do now is cross-reference this with the chat between General Khan and Mr. Fani. And for that, Commissioners, you need to go to page 2192. And you'll see there the conversation now is between General Khan and Fani Molefe and Mr. Molefe's phone number. And in the middle of the page, he says to General Khan, it will be out any day, approved for publication yesterday. Check treasury.gov.za. I'll tell when up. And General Khan responds, thanks, sir. And then he goes on, we will catch up soon. See you at 2:30, same place as previous meeting. Now, those series of messages were the same messages that we saw just a moment ago. So he forwarded this from Molefe Fani to Mr. Valley to say that it'll be out yesterday. It'll be out. It was approved yesterday. It'll be out soon. So this now, Chair and Commissioners, is the most direct link. We've seen already Mr. Fani Molefe come up with a separate person, Mr. Mosaid, on several other tenders. And we saw the exchange of the contact cards and the email address. And now what we see is a direct communication between General Khan and Mr. Molefe. The next page reference is 5164. And at the bottom of 5164, Commissioners, and again, I don't know how it looks on your side, but it's split. There's a screenshot that's split over the 2 pages.
Which is not legible.
Is it not legible on your
No.
side? Okay, so just for the attorney's note, page 5164 and page 5165 need to be reproduced for the Commissioner's bundles.
I think it's more the size of the print.
Yes, so if you have the electronic version in front of you, and I can zoom into it, can you do that? What you see...
Now it's read.
Yeah,
I think it's readable now.
you can see the one in the middle says supply and delivery of automotive parts and tools to the state for a period of 36 months.
The youngest eyes amongst the Commissioners.
Type of bid, request for proposal, and then it continues.
That's it, Commissioner Khumalo. So it's a screenshot of tenders, several tenders being issued, but what's included in here is the automotive parts tender.
So this is the Treasury portal of all the tenders.
Yes. And Mr. Valley sends it to General Khan to alert him to it. As he says in his next message, he says, "It's on, bro." And General Khan responds, "Excellent." So that's 21 May 2021. On 25 May 2021, and for this we need to go to page 1741 because it's now on the other phone. 1741. And it's a page that we had looked at before, but I didn't go there because we needed to see the other messages in context first. What Mr. Valley says here is, can we meet your, chat number 4, can we meet your guy next week for lunch, bro? And then he suggests where to meet, the fishmonger in Ilovo, and he says it's hidden liquor. General Khan says, okay. And then the next message, chat number 8, is where Mr. Valley says why he wants to meet. And he says, want to ask how to price. And General Khan follows it with an emoji, this face with the sunglasses. Some might interpret that as cool. And then the next chat, page 1742, chat number 2, Mr. Valley says, because last time we did the honest thing and we got effed. And chat number 3, bro, you must know I really appreciate what you're doing for me, and I'll honor your name and this deal till I die. So that's 25 May 2021. And the question about wanting to know how to price, when I ask how to price, I believe is how to price for this tender. Then the next day, 26 May 2021. That's on page 5187.
Sorry, I thought on 1743, chat 5, where they say Salam's brother confirmed for 14:30 today, same place. Is that not the meeting they were referring to, the previous page?
Yes, it is. In Yes, I'm going to come back there, I think.
right,
I'm coming
thank
back there. You just skipped ahead. It's on the 28th of May. So I'm just trying to go day by day for now. So
We don't have 5187. You said 87, right?
5187.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Can we flight it, please? And can we make a note to include 5187 in the Commissioner's bundle?
Please continue, please.
Is it up on your screen?
Yes, it is.
So you'll see on that page, about halfway down, General Khan says, "Salams, bro. Can we meet our guy on Friday at 2?" And Mr. Valley responds, "Wassalam, G, blood." G meaning yes in Gujarati. And Mr. General Khan responds, "Houghton." And Mr. Valley responds, "G, bro." And General Khan responds, "Okay." So that's on the 26th of May. I'm going to make a small diversion here. So that's where we go to Commissioner Khumalo, where you were a moment ago, on 28 May, where he says, "Confirmed for 14:30 today, same place." And Mr. Valley says, "Thanks." So this is now the Friday. So the other one where it says, "Can we meet our guy Friday at 2 o'clock Houghton?" That was on the 26th of May, which is a Wednesday in 2021. On the Friday, this is the confirmation that the meeting is now taking place on the Friday. And then the real actual diversion I wanted to make, and just very quickly, is on page 591, and that's on 31st of May 2021. And it's halfway down the page. Sorry, it's 5191. It's not about this tender. It's on the 31st of May, 2021, halfway down the page, Mr. Valley says, "Salams, I can't find RT84. Also looking for anything related to warehousing. I will keep on checking, my bro." Okay, thanks. So while on the one hand, they're busy with the RT45, there's a lot of things going on. There are a lot of, again, how can we strike a deal here? How can we strike a deal there? The same pattern as we saw in the chats with Mr. Sayed. So it's a small diversion to show you there's another conversation about a warehousing contract.
David, you showed us the chats between General Khan and Mr. Fani, but that is now when the tender is being advertised in late May. But the earlier chats between Mr. Valley and General Khan talked about influencing the general conditions, so the document before the tender is issued. And then they kept saying, "I'll talk to my guy." Do we have a set of chats between General Khan and that guy where they now deal with the general conditions of the tender?
Commissioner Khumalo, we don't have a set of chats dealing with that exchange. But what we see here is there are gaps all over the place. And it's obvious that the communications are not happening on only one platform. they are either happening on another platform, whether it's Signal or Telegram, or it's happening on a phone call, or they're happening in person when there are meetings that take place. So we're only seeing part of the picture, yeah.
I think what I'm getting at is reference to our guy in the earlier parts of the conversations. I just want to tie it up with the later conversations in May, because there's always a possibility that there are two guys and not one. And for me to link our guy in the earlier chats to the later chats, that connection is important. But if it's not there, then...
There isn't an obvious connection. But again, as we go through this, what we will be submitting to the Commission is that that guy is Fani. Sorry, just to complete the warehousing diversion, on page 5193. So the earlier chat was looking for the warehousing. On page 5193, Mr. Valley says, and this is on the 1st of June 2021, nothing on warehousing. Please, when you can, to message your man, and also around SAPS pricing. So they still haven't resolved the issue of how to price. General Khan says, oh, wassalam, on it. And then Mr. Valley responds, thank you, my bro. And General Khan says, salams, bro, he called me now. He will send me the stuff tomorrow, inshallah. So, again, this is a conversation that takes place with somebody on a telephone. It's likely Fani, but we don't know. But this is on a separate contract. This is just the diversion into the warehousing.
5194?
Yes, and then on 5194, we see that General Khan says, on the 4th of June, 2021, we're meeting our man at 2. And then at 51, yes, that's it. There's an exchange in 5195. They're talking about two things at the same time. You can see they're talking about two things at the same time. So General Khan says we're meeting at 2 o'clock, and there's an interruption about the other conversation they're having. And then Mr. Valley says, gee, blood, that's perfect. That's 1st of June, 2021. If we look at page 1749, General Khan sends a message to Mr. Valley, and the message reads, let's meet on Friday. I'll come that side. I'll bring all the documents with me. And Mr. Valley responds, thank you, bro. That's okay with me. If we scroll down on page 1750, bottom of 1749, Mr. Valley says, what time we meeting? 1750, General Khan says, he will let me know tomorrow morning. So the meeting that's being set up here is not just a meeting between General Khan and Mr. Valley. It's a meeting between General Khan and Mr. Valley and the third person who is assisting, who has agreed to meet tomorrow morning. And then we move to 17 June 2021. So we don't have any further information about that. The meeting may or may not have taken place. It seems to have taken place. There's a short interregnum of a couple of weeks, about 2 weeks. And then on 17 June 2021, page 5204, Mr. Valley says, on the third chat, we will be ready with the file by next week, 24th, and pricing, inshallah. And General Khan responds, Wassalam bro, inshallah. And Mr. Valley says, Ameen. And repeats what he said earlier. If we look over the page 5205, we need this, bro. It's bloody tight. And General Khan agrees with him. Everywhere is tight, bro. And the conversation goes on, and Mr. Valley says, we need another source of income, bro. That's on 5205. And then again, I need to make a small diversion. Page 5212. Because the auto parts tender is clearly not enough. There's a screenshot that is shared by Mr. Valley to General Khan, and this will need to be zoomed in. And you'll see that it is a screenshot of more tenders. And one of the tenders is a PPE tender.
You say this is a screenshot from, again, you say from the Treasury portal.
And it's the second from the bottom, for disinfection, sanitization, and deep cleaning of all municipal offices, warehouses, etc. So he shares the screenshot with General Khan, and he says, bro, dispensers we can do. And last one we can do, and it says sensitization, but I think what he meant was sanitization. General Khan responds, slums, bro, I will speak to Fani. And Mr. Valley responds, thank you. We're already doing small, again, sensitization, but he means sanitization, small sanitization monthly at SAPS. So that's just another diversion from the main contract, which really is the big money contract, which is the auto parts. But we saw the warehousing, now we see PPE. Chair, I see it's 3 minutes past 4. I'm in your hands.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Monday.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Thank you so much.
This is yours.
Have a bad day.
No, I can't work this weekend. So they want to meet now. Where's Madlanga?
So, we'd rather wait.